Okay. Good evening. It is 6 o'clock on the dot, and I call this Dunwoody City Council meeting of May 23rd, 2022 to order unless there's an objection. Seeing none, the meeting is called to order. Councilwoman Harris, can you please lead us in the invocation and the pledge?
At this meeting, help us to make decisions which keep us faithful to our mission and reflect our values. Give us strength to hold to our purpose, wisdom to guide us, and a keen perception to lead us. And above all, keep us charitable as we deliberate. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Chief Grogan, or I can come back to it if it would be better. Okay, I'll just come. Okay. All right, we'll proceed with public comment. Tom Taylor, make sure the green light's on, please, for us, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and City Council. Come before you tonight to talk about basically, again, wants versus needs. Presentation last week with the bond proposals, is a vehicle to fund needs or perceived needs. That project list sounds like wants, not needs. Funding right shiny projects that people would not want to come at the cost of foregoing core services. As Councilman Hennigan noted in his blog, the city has blown through its reserves just to make ends meet. Until you build back your reserves, you should be directing all funding, providing core services such as police and code enforcement, which is code enforcement is practically non-existent in Dunwoody now. According to the chief, the city has experienced a 25% increase in violent crime, yet the police department is currently 10 officers down that remain unfilled. If the city can pay for yoga classes, father-daughter dances, and send $1.3 million to Sproul, why can't you push the police budget more to recruit and hire more officers? Part of the problem is when you have the mayor, city council members, and your state representative getting in front of the press with Black Lives Matter sign in front of City Hall, what officer wants to even apply here with that message you're sending? It's time to get back to basics. You have an opportunity to come out with a compelling message that we will have the best supported force in the nation by attracting the best. We started the force like that in 2008 and it worked. Fail to do this and you're taking on a huge potential liability. The city has enough legal problems now. If you can't answer your core services, you need to revisit that. You've also cut the target reserve budget from 6 months operations down to 3, which is totally irresponsible in an economic downturn when you admit blowing through your budget and you can't make ends meet. Cannot handle providing core services in your budget now. The city has no business taking on debt. For example, the unmet needs in my neighborhood, we now have rampant street racing on Peeler almost every night. The police are burning the candle at both ends. You need to focus on core city values, core city services before you try to build nice, shiny things. Thank you for your time.
Oh, Danny Ross.
I'm Danny Ross, 5165 North Peachtree Road, Dunwoody. Been a resident here since 1976. I had the honor of serving on this distinguished council for the first 3.5 years that we were in existence. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Also would like to make a comment. I was very pleased to hear the prayer that was recited tonight. One of my proudest moments is that I wrote that prayer and it's still in existence here tonight. Thank you for continuing that legacy. Tonight, I want to speak a little bit about the challenge that you have that's really referenced in the minutes of your meeting. This is probably one of the longest meetings that I've seen in the last few years. We used to have them until 2 o'clock in the morning when we started the city. And I haven't seen that kind of agenda, but you've got a very challenging agenda tonight, and I want to speak to that. The agenda tonight reminds me of some of the things that we did back when we started the city. Before we started the city, we had no ordinances, we had no money, and we had no police force, and we had no employees. And we had to start from scratch. And that was a challenge we had. We were hiring people, but we didn't know how we were going to pay them. And we ended up going to SunTrust Bank to get a loan, what's called a TAD loan, a tax anticipation loan. And we were able to successfully get that. I had a relationship with SunTrust Bank, and they gave us that just on the confidence that we would be able to repay it at some point in time. So we had our challenges. We also found out after we became a city that we wouldn't be able to follow the example that Sandy Springs had set in setting up a city based on a public-private partnership with CH2M Hill monitoring and managing that. We couldn't afford it. Sandy Springs had a budget of $100 million. Our budget was $16 million at the time. And we were faced with the challenge of raising a fund to rainy day fund that would equal half of that budget, which was $8 million, which we succeeded in doing during the first 3 years of the county's life. But we were successful in meeting those challenges, and I'm sure you're going to be successful tonight. There are a couple of things I want to talk about. You're going to be talking about the budget and the expenses that we're going to have going forward. And one of the things that Tom Taylor just talked about is the most important is making sure that our safety is intact. As I understand it, we're down 20 people. We need to make sure that we fix that problem going forward because our crime rate is going up according to what Chief reported last week in that meeting. The most important thing.
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Thank you. And I'm going to give you a copy of this if I can for the record.
Have it. Thank you. Mr. Wittenstein, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Robert Wittenstein, 1146 Bordeaux Court. I want to make 3 points and I'll make them briefly. One is I want to encourage you to consider supporting the Dunwoody Nature Center and Sproul Center for the Arts by matching funds that we are prepared to donate to enhance city property and to improve services to city residents. Okay. You know, you've got great partners and we are willing to put a lot of skin in the game, and the end result will be an enhancement to properties that the city owns and that city residents get to take advantage of. The second thing is that I want to assure you that that is not going to dampen my enthusiasm or the enthusiasm of many of the people I know for a parks bond referendum. This is an important moment for Dunwoody. And we recognize that while Sproul and the Nature Center, those of us who are deeply involved in those, can be myopic, the opportunity to develop our park system is really incredibly important for the city. And third, I just want to put this caveat out there, which is we'd like not to spend our $1 million, which we're willing to put into this, on fixing stormwater issues, which the city is aware of. So we've had multiple meetings with Carl and with Brent and with Michael Smith on the issues that we have with stormwater. And we've been assured over and over again that there is money in the stormwater budget to address these things. And so I just want to remind you as a council that we're looking for a different pot of money to help ensure that when we build a building, it doesn't fill up with water. So with that in mind, I encourage you to look favorably on that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. There will be another public comment at the end of the meeting if anyone is still here. Okay, so next up are public hearings, Sharon. I think you read these, right? Oh, police officer, chief is here. Okay, sorry, chief, I missed your arrival. Thank you.
Thank
Mayor, I apologize for being late. We had another meeting that ran a little late.
That's okay.
I'd like to ask our officer of the quarter and employee of the quarter to come on up. Josh and Lori. Just there. Just for everybody's edification, we have a officer of the quarter and an employee of the quarter for our civilian employees each quarter, obviously, is an officer of the quarter. And then annually, we select an officer of the year and an employee of the year from that quarterly nomination. So for the first quarter, we have Officer Joshua Caruth. He's our officer of the first quarter. Officer Caruth continues to strive beyond the basic call for service. He's kind of well known for this. During the first quarter of 2022, he did a couple things. One is that on March 22nd, he responded to a location on Hammond Drive, reference to a report of a stolen car. The victim indicated he may have left the vehicle unlocked and the spare key was in the vehicle. And while on scene, Officer Caruth initiated an investigation and checked the slot for the license plate on that vehicle to see if it, and sure enough, it had been moved while the guy was not there. So he was able to confirm that. He looked at some surveillance cameras and observed a suspicious male wearing some distinct clothing, looking into vehicles in the parking deck. So he entered the vehicle, stolen vehicle's license plate in the system and FLOT. And then it hit in other areas of the city or other areas around, and it hit in Brookhaven. And he was able to reach out to the Brookhaven officers. They were able to locate the vehicle, made a stop. Officer Caruth responded to the scene. The guy was still wearing the same clothing and was able to make the arrest. And he actually had some, if I'm not mistaken, some stuff that was stolen from a car. So he also broke into a car in the area. But this is the kind of work that he does all the time, following up on cases. We were just chatting about that. He loves to follow up and do investigative things with some of the cases. So Officer Caruth is our officer of the first quarter. So congratulations. This plaque reads, the Dunwoody Police Department Officer of the Quarter Award is presented to Officer Joshua Caruth for outstanding performance and dedication to the mission during the first quarter of 2022. Ready to protect, proud to serve. Congratulations. And many of you, I'm sure, know Lori. She works as one of our PSRs. And here's the information about her. PSR Rivera continues to deliver above and beyond her expected duties as a police service representative. During the first quarter of 2022, Lori has taken a lead role in training several new police service representatives while training our new team members. She has also assisted in validations, fingerprinting, and warrants. These duties are all in addition to her basic PSR responsibilities. Lori has covered numerous vacant shifts and maintained a flexible schedule to accommodate vacant positions. She epitomizes teamwork and commitment to her unit and is a great example for all of us. So thank you, Lori, for your work. Again, this reads, the Dunwoody Police Department Employee of the Quarter Award is hereby presented to Police Service Representative Dolores Lori Rivera for outstanding performance and dedication to the mission during the first quarter of 2022.
Chief, does anybody have family members here that would like a picture? Okay. That's that right there. Chief. Hey, Chief, can you stay up there for 1 second? Can you stay up there for 1 second?
Yes.
If it's okay for council, I just want to take a moment of personal privilege. How many vacancies do we have in the Dunwoody PD? We don't have 20 vacancies, do we?
We have 10, right?
Okay, thank you, which is not good, but not 20. Thank you.
Okay.
Just wanted to clarify that for the public.
An ordinance to amend chapter 27 of the City of Dunwoody Code of Ordinances to amend regulations for the perimeter center overlay. Madeline Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So the first item on the agenda is for a street name change from Goldkist Road to Campus Way. Goldkist Road is approximately 350 feet in length. It's located off of Perimeter Center Parkway in the Perimeter Center. It currently serves as an entrance to 3 developments, the 244 Perimeter Center Parkway development and the oh, I'm sorry, am I not sharing the screen?
No.
My apologies. It currently serves as an entrance to 244 Perimeter Center Parkway, the Marriott Hotel, and a portion of the State Farm development as well. No properties are addressed off of Goldkist Way. All of them take their addresses off of Perimeter Center Parkway. So a name change would not require anyone to change their address. Overall, the purpose of this street name change is to align the street name with the branding for the new Campus 244 redevelopment, which includes an infill project that will alter a surface parking lot into a new hotel, green space, restaurants, and a parking garage, as well as an addition to the existing office building there, and then a future phase 2 for infill for the parking lot on the eastern portion of the property. That's all I have regarding the street name change. If you all have any questions, I'm available.
Okay, so first we open the public hearing. We'll have 10 minutes for this and 10 minutes against it if anyone is here to speak for the name change. Oops, okay. If you'll just introduce yourself, and if you have a card, you can hand it to Sharon when you have a chance.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Danielle Handy. I'm the Development Manager for Roca Point Partners. I just wanted to thank you for your consideration of this application and request. And if you have any questions, I'm here for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone here to speak against this name change? Seeing none, unless there's an objection, I close this public hearing. It's closed. All right, council, we will go to questions and comments from you. This is a first read. Anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Catherine.
How often is a name change requested? Have we had this come up before?
There have been street names that are changed, but it's not especially common. But we have a process for changing street names. It's spelled out in section 26-1 of the code.
Okay, typically a corporation is asking for the change.
Private property owners are typically the ones initiating street name changes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Joe.
Do we discern in our code or policy the naming convention of use of road versus street versus parkway versus boulevard versus avenue, et cetera?
No, sir.
Do we know in the public realm what it feels like a street versus a road in terms of complete streets and traffic calming and a sense of place to label it a road versus a street?
That's something I would be happy to look into and provide that information at the second read if you would like.
Yeah, I'd like to entertain the option of just calling it a street, because it just makes it,
I think
A
it's
road
called,
is
but
a-
I think it's called Campus Way.
what is the proposed road name?
It's currently
Campus-
Goldkist Road. It's going to Campus Way.
I'm so sorry. I'm so,
Never mind. Right?
no, never mind.
No, I knew what it
God, I'm
was.
just-
Okay. Nope, we're fine.
But you get where I'm coming from. Future, Thank you so much.
Right. Thank
Never mind.
Anybody else? Okay, and this is a first read, so that we'll vote on it in 2 weeks or whenever our next meeting is. Yes? Can second reads go on consent? Yes, okay, it would be consent. Thank you. Madeline, you're staying up here.
Mayor, the next item is an ordinance to amend chapter 16, division 6, tree preservation of the code of. the city-
No,
I'm
it's
on the wrong one.
perimeter center, number 5.
Sorry,
That's okay.
did I? Got ahead of myself, sorry. An ordinance to amend chapter 27 of the City of Dunwoody Code of Ordinances to amend regulations for the perimeter center overlay. Madeline.
Hello again, Mayor and City Council. The second item I will be discussing this evening is to amend the requirements for the perimeter center overlay. Essentially, the overall goal is to better regulate urban design in the perimeter center and increase the standards to hopefully come to better looking outcomes aesthetically. We're looking to encourage better urban design. So we are proposing 3 amendments in order to get to that point. We would like to, first of all, streamline some of the processes for relief, as we've done last year with concurrent variances. But essentially, we want to amend the process for major exceptions in the perimeter center overlay. And then we also want to increase the requirement for the quantity of windows and some additional regulations for, what you can display within windows, and then also add some requirements for pedestrian entrances. So first, I would like to talk about the process of major exceptions. Essentially, our code, whenever somebody wants what would be considered a variance in one of our regular zoning districts outside of the overlay, we require them to go through the special land use permit process. That is not really a burden when somebody's doing a major redevelopment and they're already requesting, a rezoning or a special land use permit for additional height. But it is a barrier to people looking to request, simpler variances, when they're just updating, a facade on a building or adding a small addition. We don't feel that rises to the necessity of having, you all spend your valuable time reviewing. That's, more in the purview of the Board of Appeals. So you all will still have, input on large projects, but when smaller, projects come in, that doesn't have to go before you. And it does reduce the burden on property owners. It's a less expensive process and it's a less time-intensive process to allow them to go through variances. So we're seeking to, again, streamline the process here. The next item we are looking to amend is regarding windows. Overall, windows improve the feeling of urban spaces, especially when you're walking along a street. You don't want to be walking past large expanses of blank walls. They create visual interest, and they are also, good for businesses, window shopping, etc. Currently, the amount of windows that we require is relatively small. It's only 15% of the overall facade at the ground level. We believe that requiring a larger quantity of windows for specific uses would be beneficial. So we've created a table here that you can see on the right side of the screen. We feel like this is the simplest way to represent this, but essentially on the ground floor for residential, we would require 20% of windows, and this is based on the total facade area. So basically length times width. So if you have a 50-foot, length of building, 10 feet in height, that's 500 square feet. So 20% of that, which I would believe would be 100 square feet. And then for eating and drinking establishments, we would require 50%, so 250 square feet. And then for all other uses, it would be 35%. I will not do that math off the top of my head. I'm so sorry. And then for upper story quantity of windows, we would keep it 15% because again, this is for visual interest at the ground level. So we're not looking to amend that, but definitely at the ground story where people are walking, we want to engage people more. Another portion of the window amendment is to prevent people from building walls in front of windows. Currently, our code doesn't have any controls for that. And so, we've had some issues in the past with people building walls in front of windows. So we want to ensure that that doesn't happen in the future. This is a visual representation just to show you all what 15% window coverage looks like versus 20, 35%, and 50%. And then the last amendment we would like to do is to require street-facing pedestrian entrances for each commercial tenant suite. And again, this is to encourage activity at the ground level, at the street level, and provide direct, easy access to pedestrians. These are the changes we propose for the perimeter center overlay. If you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So I will open this public hearing unless there's an objection. Seeing none, the public hearing is opened. We'll have 10 minutes for anyone wanting to speak in favor of these changes. Seeing none, we will have 10 minutes for anyone wanting to speak against these changes. Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. All right, council, and for questions and comments, starting.
Thanks. Yeah, Madeline, just a few questions. Thanks for putting this together. On the first issue with the variance versus a SLUP, is that up to the discretion of the person applying for that, or is there a certain threshold where of the project that it becomes a SLUP versus the variance? And I know we have the concurrent variance process as well. So could you just kind of sort through when a project is eligible for each of those, and is there discretion involved, or is there a specifically defined?
So currently in our code, anytime someone is requesting major relief, so major relief is defined in our code specifically, but basically it's setbacks, material requirements, retaining wall heights. Those are things that all require major relief in, our regular zoning districts outside of the overlay. Those types of major relief would just go to the Board of Appeals. On projects that involve special land use permits, special land use permits typically come into play with height requirements. So if someone's asking for additional height, they'll still have to come for you for a special land use permit. That's in any zoning district, not just the overlay. Anybody requesting additional height does that. But major relief would go through the variance process, or if it's in conjunction with another rezoning, it would be a concurrent variance.
So the amendment is in essence making it easier for smaller or renovation as opposed to a redevelopment. Is that an accurate statement?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to understand the process and that we're changing here. With the windows, I think that's a great idea. All in favor, as I believe people know we're trying to make, especially the perimeter center, more pedestrian friendly. I think that's a great idea and a great process. I don't know if this is necessary or not. The chart just states percentages. Do we have to add the word minimum, or is that implied by just having a 50, like for example, 50% on a restaurant? They could do more, but they could not do less than that, correct?
Correct.
Do we need to include the word minimum, or is that somehow implied, or?
I'm happy to add that. I think that makes sense. I can make sure that the chart reflects that it is the minimum requirement.
Okay, yeah, that was simple. And then, having an entrance on the street side. If you paid attention to a few rezonings this year, that's something that I'm all in favor of. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Tom, you pretty much got to every question I had. So in general, I think this looks nice. Thank you for the work.
I just have one question. I couldn't find it. Do we have a definition of a pedestrian entrance? I only because given what we dealt with earlier in the year, I just don't want to see somebody come in and be like, yeah, it's a pedestrian entrance when actually that's not the use for it at all.
I don't believe it's a specifically defined term for the within the chapter, but I can certainly add a definition.
Only in whether it's just to this or whether we define it so that we all know that we want it to be where you get into that place of business, but I feel like you actually have to point it out that that's what we want. Maybe it's overkill, but I'd rather do overkill than create a loophole.
Joe, anything?
I just did a quick Google search, Stacy, and I saw something good on that. So,
Okay.
no, it's great. Thanks, Madeline. I know that you guys are doing a lot further cleanup, and I know at one end, we kind of need to spend some money and just kind of rewrite our zoning and clean up the whole code, don't we? Well, are you all in the back behind the scenes with you and Richard and team? Are you going through a lot of our other, the last times we've rezoned and done SLUPs, all those lists of conditions? Are you kind of looking through the ones that are common and seeing where we can codify those as well? Are you continuing on that path?
Exactly. So on the last rezoning of the perimeter center marketplace, we recognized after we were, practicing, implementing this code on a new development, we realized there was this gap in the code. And then when they came back for a rezoning, we introduced a condition to prevent that. And so now we want to formalize that condition.
Yeah, and we've also done some things at the, the over 55 residential. We some good conditions were added that. The grassy knoll, we had some good conditions of that too. So keep on coming. Thank you.
John.
Thank you, Madeline. Taking a look at the proposal, I saw under major exceptions, we're changing variance to all the special land use to variance, and the special land use in Article 5, Division 3 to Division 5. In Division 5 in Muni Code, I looked it all up. There's a section in there, Section 27-392, prohibited variances, and I just want to make sure that those are still not allowed. Is there any way in which we can add a sentence into this current code that says that the prohibited variances are still prohibited under that section? I don't want any conflict, I guess is what I'm worried about.
I can certainly add that. I don't feel that it would conflict. It's already implied. So the way we would change the code is, they're subject to the requirements of Division 5 for variances.
Okay.
So they're still prohibited.
They're still prohibited. I just want to make sure that what's listed as being prohibited is not get an easy ability to change is my concern. So if you don't feel there's a conflict and, I'm okay not adding it, but I just want to make sure that we don't allow easy changes for these 7 items that are listed. So, all right, duly noted. Next question is regarding the windows. I'm always worried of unintended consequences. I want to open a business. I have a perfect space. It's got 3 storefronts, glass on all 3, and it's got those 3 side glass fronts. But I want to open a spa. In reality, I want to have 1 front office space, and then the 2 of the 3 would be the back of the house, would be the spa area. It would be the, the restrooms, the private areas. How does a company do that now? They typically put up a wall, they paint the windows black, they do various things. The front of the house would still meet your requirements or the requirements as listed. Do those other 2 storefronts that also have glass, they have glass everywhere, but how does that business open under these current proposed changes?
So we allow operable window treatments such as blinds and curtains. And just to speak to this specifically, I live in the Kirkwood neighborhood of Atlanta, and we do have a spa that's in a storefront. And they have one of the front rooms with a large glass window, but they've installed privacy curtains. When the room's not in use, they typically pull it back just to give people, a visual of like, here's our, wonderful spa room. It's very relaxing, come in and enjoy. So we do allow for operable window treatments. So it's still possible to operate those types of businesses
All
there.
right, so you're saying operable. In other words, you're still not going to allow a wall. You're not going to allow them to paint the windows black for the shower rooms and all the rest that might be back in those areas.
Correct. They can have the operable window treatments, but no non-operable. So no walls. Yeah.
All right, I see that as being semi-problematic for the type of businesses that might want to fill that space, but that's
So,
me.
I understand what you're saying. We also do require, we don't have as many window requirements for businesses of those nature. Those would fall under the personal service requirements. So they're not required to have 50% of windows. So it's a lot more manageable with 35%. So we did take that into consideration.
Again, to me, the front of the house is the business. That's, regulate the windows at that point all you want, but the others are really just a glass wall that they are the back of the house. There's nothing to see there, folks. I mean, so they want to close it off. So I'm just want to make sure if there's any way in which you could take a look at these rules and regulations to try to fix the scenario I'm telling you, but that's just one of many things that could happen under the unintended consequences of changing the rules. But that's one that jumped out to me. I'd like to see if we could fix that somehow. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, we'll see this again in 2 weeks, I think.
Thank you all
Whatever
so
the next
much.
meeting is. Thank you, Madeline.
The next item is an ordinance to amend chapter 16, division 6, tree preservation of the code of the city of Dunwoody, Georgia, to modify and add provisions pertaining to permitted and unpermitted tree removal on single-family residential properties, site density requirements, and for other purposes. Paul Leonhardt, sorry.
All right, good evening, Mayor, good evening, council members. The next text amendment before you is amendments to the tree ordinance, and it is to create standards for single-family residential lots. We currently have, we have a tree ordinance, but it more or less only applies to commercial properties. And what we're proposing to you all today is standards for single-family residential lots. Again, so just the main goal for this is to, we have 80% of our area zoned single-family residential in Dunwoody. So for many items, if we're concerned about our canopy, we're missing sort of the large percentage of our municipalities' tree canopy. We hear the concern somewhat regularly from neighbors, especially if something is going on a neighboring lot. People get used to the tree canopy that they have, that the tree canopy on one lot impacts the adjacent lot. And people are aware sort of the health and environmental benefits that go with a tree canopy. And it's one of the most common things that comes to us through code enforcement and complaints, even though, that we are currently not the arbiters of that. What we set out to do here is to have, especially go at the commercial, at the builders more or less. The issue here is one-for-one infill replacement for the most part. There's a smaller house on the lot that gets replaced with a much larger house. Often there's grading for the entire lot, so the existing grade is changed, and then the vegetation is removed. So you have something that really changes the character of that part of the neighborhood significantly. And this is one aspect that we're trying to get at. We're not trying to be very burdensome to homeowners. It's a fair amount of municipalities have changed their tree ordinance in the last few years. And so we're not trying to create, significant obstacles to homeowners. What we tried to do was create a easy and, clear policy that is understandable to a homeowner, that is not overwhelmingly complicated. And so I'm sure you have an opinion if we succeeded at that. What we're proposing to you all now is to require tree removal permits to apply to single-family residential properties as well. for the following scenarios. And scenario 3 down here is currently existing. So any tree removal in the tree buffer, in the stream buffers needs to be permitted currently. But what we're trying to include here is removal of more than 6 trees, and these are non-specimen sized trees. So these are not like the very small trees. There's a threshold for hardwoods that's, I think, 4 inches diameter. There's a threshold for pines that I think is 10 inches. So those can still be removed, but generally like more than 6 regular trees would require a permit. And then what our code calls specimen sized trees. And these are very large trees that have significant impact on the neighborhood. Those are sometimes the trees that are known in the neighborhood, where people can point to, that oak over there. These are mature trees, and I brought my tape measure here to show you what the diameter of those trees is, and I'll show it for a softwood, for a pine tree, for instance. It's 30 inches diameter, so it's sort of the diameter of the trunk at breast height is 30 inches, so it's a really significant tree. It's much larger than your typical street tree, or so those trees, the removal of those trees would need a permit as well, even if it's just one tree. And then I want to compare with 2 cities that have recently attempted at changing their tree ordinances. And Brookhaven requires a tree removal permit for any tree that's 4 inches in diameter, which is, and now it'll be hard to see, but on my tape measure, this is 4 inches, right? For trees that size, Brookhaven requires a permit. So we are much less stringent than that. The same is true for Atlanta, where the requirements are much less. For a hardwood here, it's 6 inches, and for a softwood, it's 12 inches. And again, sort of hardwood more or less is like a tree with leaves, a deciduous tree, like an oak, a maple. A softwood is like a pine, or like any conifer. The second thing that we're changing here is we're slightly increasing the tree density standards. So we already had tree density standards. We just didn't have a permitting system in place. But as part of this change, we're proposing to increase the tree density standards. We have them based on lot size. So a typical Dunwoody lot, so about, let's say, 18,000 square feet, currently requires 3 trees on the property. We're proposing to increase this to 4 trees. So on the very small lots, no change, 1 tree is required. And on the very large lots, of which we don't have a whole lot, it scales by size anyways. But for any of those in between, we're proposing to add 1 more tree. And most properties have much more than that. And again, so I want to compare with the neighboring municipalities. And I did the math. Brookhaven, for instance, that 18,000 square foot lot that I referenced would require at the time of planting 13 trees. And in Atlanta, there would be 9 trees. So these cities have much higher standards. And then Brookhaven also has canopy coverage, which is harder to measure, which is, this is relatively easy for homeowners to figure out. It's like just the number of trees. There would be costs associated with this. The tree removal permit itself is one of our lower entry to barrier permits, where we will review it in generally a few days. Like technically we have 10 business days, but Amy is typically much quicker than that with these. Like the fee consists of a basic $25 admin fee, and that goes for every permit in the city of Dunwoody. And then the first 5 trees are $25, and then each incremental tree is another $25. And I'll have examples for y'all. And then the second cost aspect is the tree fund donation. and that applies to the removal of specimen trees. And we have mitigation standards. If you remove a specimen tree, we are going to require tree replantings. And then there is, if you, for some reason, you cannot or you really don't want to plant the trees on your property, then you have the option to pay a fee into our tree fund, and we use that tree fund to plant trees on public property. But we encourage people to replant on their properties. That is sort of the preferred option, certainly, and it's cost-wise approximately the same. We did the math for that, and it comes out to about the same. And then briefly, I want to present these four scenarios to you. The first one is someone has 5 medium-sized properties, so these are not specimen tree sized, five trees in their backyard, and they can remove those trees, no permit required. The second scenario, same scenario, but now they're wanting to remove 7 trees, and that would trigger our permit threshold. You know, the permit threshold is more than 6, this one is 7. So a permit would be required in this instance. The cost of the permit is $100, so it's $25 admin fee, plus $25 for the first 5 trees, and then $25 for the 6th and the 7th tree. Scenario number 3, someone has a specimen-sized tree on their property, but it's hazardous. So what we're requiring there is a certified arborist report, which most tree companies provide to you when you call a tree company for removal. You will generally get that. For that, a permit is required, but because the tree is hazardous, the tree is damaged, the tree might be diseased, there's no recompense required, which is the larger cost component. We encourage people to remove these trees. You know, that's we don't want to create sort of monetary obstacles for removing hazardous trees. That's not what we're trying to do. So no recompense required for something like this. In scenario 4, and this one is sort of a healthy oak specimen tree, so it's specimen sized. Here, a permit would be required. Recompense would be required as well. The cost of the permit is $50. The cost of recompense is approximately, and this depends, but we received quotations from tree companies. The cost for recompense is approximately $6,000. And that can consist of, for instance, and I wrote this down, for instance, you could replant 6 4-inch caliper deciduous trees. So that would be an option, 6 trees, and that gets you to approximately these $6,000, but it depends on, it depends on market price and the company. With this, I'll conclude my presentation.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
On scenario 4, it's a builder. Would
Mhm.
that scenario be different if it was a homeowner?
It's the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
just the way you worded it made me wonder. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. All right, so this is a public hearing. So first I will open public comment open the public hearing unless there's an objection. Seeing no objection, I open the public hearing. We will have 10 minutes for people to speak in favor of this ordinance. Seeing no one, we will have 10 minutes for people to speak against this ordinance. Seeing no one, I close the public hearing unless there's an objection. Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. And now we will have comments and questions from council. Paul, you can probably come back wherever you went. And we'll start on this end today, right now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm trying to understand, I know this was a recommendation from the Sustainability Committee to do this. Why are we doing this? I'm trying to understand the why. What problem are we fixing? I know that right now we can, single-family residential lots can remove trees as needed for the most part. And I know that if you are going to get into construction and getting permits and remove trees, then it's a whole different scenario. Sometimes people may remove a bunch of trees, 3 months later, go in for the permits and then pretend that that didn't happen, that the trees didn't happen. To me, this seems a little bit like we are hurting those people that are trying to be compliant. And it seems like it's overkill. If I wanted to get around these regulations any way, shape or form, I probably could. I mean, there's ways of killing trees without, I don't know, it just seems like this is overkill. The permitting, the removal of pine trees. Pine trees are weeds that fall on houses. I don't understand why we're making a big deal about pine trees. I can understand the shade trees and the larger shade trees. But to me, it's the builder who's going to clear the lot is the problem. If anybody is going to take trees away from their own personal lot and just clear cut the entire thing they're a fool, right? They're hurting themselves and they're hurting their neighbors, but that's the rights in which they have in owning that land. That being said, if they're going to clear cut the land and then put up new houses, that is a problem of development, and that's something that we should regulate. I think this goes too far. That's my opinion. I think we are regulating and requiring costs and permit fees and surveys over and above really what somebody needs to do to protect their house from a tall weed. And to me, it's a little bit much. I'm happy to hear what everybody else on council says, but this just seems like an overstep to me. So I'll leave it to others. Thank you.
Joe, you have anything?
Thanks, Paul. Well, you can just go on my blog from about 7-8 years ago. It says I'm a tree hugger. And I reference the Roswell's tree protection ordinance as well. I know the way this process works, that we get a first read. Sometimes I wish that we were up at the beginning of this and maybe we had a little more input in the guidance of what you guys are doing before you go to planning commission, before you go, et cetera, and then it gets to us back. It is what it is at the moment. I support incrementalism, right? Versus what's on the books today. I have a couple of things, should this go forward, I'd like to discuss about potentially having a transitional period before it takes effect. However long that is, to let outreach, to educate, to inform both all of our.
And Councilman, we have that as part of
Yeah, it's in here.
the ordinance, like where it goes active in September.
Right.
So we have that because we feel the same, that it's, we don't want to surprise anyone. We're going to work with Jennifer and her team on devising sort of communication, because that is a pitfall that we're seeing as well, that we would surprise people with this.
Do cities go back to the tree cutting companies and potentially require them to sign off and saying they acknowledge that they're working in the city and acknowledge that they understand our laws?
So it would be sort of a licensing kind of a thing, or like sort of, we're not doing that right now. I don't know if it's done elsewhere in the region. We allow anyone, for many things, we don't even need a licensed tree company to do this. Some homeowners feel, strong enough and they may want to do it themselves. Some hire a company. We're not doing it right now. We could consider it.
Just throwing out some ideas, right, about have control processes. I've got a few other control questions as well. I think it's in Atlanta and maybe in Brookhaven. Prior to removal of the trees, they actually post a sign. They kind of let their neighbors know, because what I feel like today is, as a private property residential owner, I kind of all of a sudden wake up in the morning, I hear the noises of the saws and I had no idea. And just to be a good neighbor, is there any consideration in, I don't want to add an administrative burden, but even if it gets, how do we know if someone's taking down a tree that it's been permitted or not? How do the neighbors know that it's been approved?
Yeah, you would get the permitting process. You would submit your application, and then you would eventually get a permit card that has to be posted publicly. Whether that always happens, that on residential properties, that's not 100%. But that would be a thing that would be, if we start initiating this for residential lots, then there would be the expectation that the permit is posted on site.
In a number of days prior to removal?
Yeah, I mean, right now, sort of, they have to post it before work begins.
I'd prefer a number of days prior to, because you can show up and then you don't know the advance. You mentioned that you're just giving a hard coded number of trees as well versus looking at the lot size. So I live on a small little lot, 100 feet by 80 feet. You know, I don't know if you couldn't squeeze in. Well, I guess you do have trees in the back, but is there a percentage? All right, so yeah.
Yeah, we do it by lot size.
You do, okay, because I was looking at the number of, you had mentioned the 6 trees or up to 6 trees without. But if you own 10 acres, you know, you own 1 acre, it's by the square foot, okay. Do we talk about anything at all? I know we're talking about trees, but in general, for land disturbance permits, the idea of creating a new build. Oftentimes, or most times, you see a scraping, clear cutting, and there's no topsoil or no trees left. It's a completely bare lot. I don't think places like Big Canoe allow that. They preserve the trees. They have the crews work around them. They try to preserve topsoil. This is an indirectly related question, but does this help any of that mitigation of just removing the topsoil and removing every tree on a lot before, in what we see today in practices?
Yeah, what it does is, if there are specimen sized trees on the lot, then this creates sort of a monetary disincentive towards removing them. You know, it creates, like, the cost is approximately, like, it depends on the size of the tree, but for that example, we had down about $6,000. If the tree is larger, it approximately doubles every 10 inches of diameter. So it could be up to $12,000. So it creates that monetary disincentive toward removing those trees. Right now, you can go in and just remove them. Like with this, you know, you are incentivized to maintain those trees, and those are the trees that are, you know, the most valuable for the neighborhood and you know, the social and environmental impacts.
Right, I mean, because I just see it happening. Obviously, we know that's happening, and I got like over on Tilly Mill or Mount Vernon Place, south of Mount Vernon, or at that merge. There's been some new builds there on older lots. There are a couple of wooded lots, and I'm talking to people just south of there, and the terrain flows down there. They're getting a lot more runoff now in their backyards. They're getting those effects as well. So I'd like to see about that. It's called neighbor effects, the downstream impacts, flooding, additional runoff to mitigate that. That's a benefit to keep those things in there as well. After this code was reviewed, has the Sustainability Committee have a chance to provide input? Yes, I'm getting a nod, Richard, thanks. Yeah, so I definitely would like to hear about how, should this go forward, the education aspect of how we're gonna, you know, what's the feedback loop with the folks, the professional tree companies that come to Dunwoody that know now we have a change of that. I'd like to hear how that's gonna be with a good run ramp of it. Oh, and last thing, potentially, do we have hooks back into the tree companies to say you're liable for cutting down and you should have known the law? Or is it just rely on the property owners? Do other cities talk about that? Is it just the property owners, or would it be the tree companies that
So
would?
even we currently, like in places, for instance, in stream buffers where tree removal is currently not allowed without a permit, even there, if we catch the tree company, which is always the big
Yes.
if we catch the tree company, we'll cite the tree company. Often depends on, you know, we don't catch them in the act, and then the homeowner may or may not tell us. But we're always trying to go after the people who actually do it. So we're trying to go after the tree company.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Stacy, anything?
I was surprised at how onerous the city of Brookhaven's tree policy was. I personally feel this strikes a good balance between wanting to be responsible with our tree canopy and private property rights. I was pleasantly, I thought you all did it, struck a good balance.
Catherine?
I have a question similar to Joe, really about compliance. I know that when I've done work on my home, my contractor knew more about the permitting, what was required and not, and how to do it, more so than I did. And I think no matter how much Jennifer blasts this to the world, most homeowners are not going to know that they need to do it. So the avenue of best practice, I think, would be to inform the tree companies, and maybe that's just a, I don't know, press release sort of thing that is sent right to them so that they cannot claim that they're not aware. And, you can get a yard guy to cut down a tree. It's not but you could hit the big ones who are doing the big work, with the bucket trucks. So I still think that that would be a good plan. In terms of being named a tree city, does this help us in any way? Is this?
The Tree City is independent of this. The Tree City is, I think the aspects are trees on public spaces, so in our parks and on our streets. So this doesn't help, it helps the spirit, but
Okay, thank you.
Rob?
Okay, I have a few questions here. One, I noted that one of the members of the planning commission voted against this. Can you tell me what his concerns were?
Yeah, it was in a way it's like Councilman Hannigan's concerns is that this is too much of a bureaucratic ask for homeowners, that it's burdensome for homeowners, that homeowners have a hard time complying with this. That was his concern. So not so much with the building industry side of things, but with the homeowners and the burdens in them.
So can you help me go through the logic of why we picked 6 trees for this? Is that, study typical part, typically people remove 4 trees or 5 trees, so this gets the big, what's the logic behind 6 trees?
Yeah, we don't know, like our data is really not good because it's not reported to us right now. So because there is no permit process, that was sort of out of experience from Amy with Richard's input of like what is something that allows for like small incremental projects like a deck, for instance. Someone wants to build a deck, they're not likely to have to remove more than 6 trees. This is how we thought about it. While something like a larger project, if it's a if it requires grading half the lot, if it requires like 10,000 square feet or so, then yeah, that is something that we probably want to have it permitted. So that's how we thought about it.
So how would the timing for those 6 trees work? Could I skirt this by cutting down 5 trees and then a month later cut down 1 more tree? Or how does
You can skirt it by cutting down 5 trees this year and then 1
so
tree
it's
next year.
it's an annual.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about how the permit review process would work for residents. I've got some trees I want to cut down. What happens next?
So we don't require a survey. You would submit us pretty much what you have. Like typically what we do if someone doesn't have a survey, we print them out like a map from our GIS system. They would show us the location of those trees. They would show us the size of those trees. And then depending, what it is, if it's a specimen tree, we may require an arborist report on those things that gets submitted to us. It gets reviewed by Amy, and then they're asked to pay their permit fees, and then we issue the permit for the tree removal.
So would there be what criteria would be used for denial? Or are there criteria for denial of a permit application?
If you meet the requirements, if you meet the minimum tree density on the site, if you if the trees end up not being specimen trees, sort of if it's measured correctly, then they would be allowed to remove the trees. There's no discretion in that sense.
In one of the slides, you put up some examples and you gave the city of Atlanta, and they use something called a priority tree. Do you know what's a priority tree? Just so I understand how Atlanta is done.
More or less like the same things as our specimen trees. Like people have trees above a certain size, like a certain species, a certain size, dedicated as something that's worth more, because of it's it's an old tree. It's a tree that has sort of higher value, emotional value, environmental value, and that's typically, there's different names for these things, but they have these, dedications.
So another question that I guess with a hazardous tree, you still have to have a permit for that. Or would it be possible, the situation I'm worried about is, let's say I've got a tree company out, they're cutting down some trees for me. I've got 5 trees they're cutting down, let's say, and then they come to me and say, hey, this tree over here is in really bad shape. It's at risk of falling down at any minute. And we're going to get a permit, and within the next few weeks, we can get it down. Let's hope there's not a big storm in the meantime. Is there any kind of way we could put, I don't know, like a general permit condition of some sort that if specific criteria are met for emergency situations, you could
have
remove a hazardous tree?
With all of our permits, like if there's sort of immediate dangers to life and property, then people can always do any work without a permit. They just have to obtain the permit after the fact. We have this occasionally with the detention ponds, where they're about to collapse, or like when we had the apartment fire down there, we're not waiting for them to have the permit approved. What we're asking is just have someone qualified, certify that this actually is a problem, and then, just get started, and then we'll figure out the permitting after the fact.
That might be nice to put in as some sort of guidance with this, I think, because I could see that could come up. You've already got the team out there. They've identified an issue. One final observation, and this is getting more to Joe's comment about nice to see this earlier, and there's a lot of us kind of bringing up questions, is we can refer this back to the planning commission, I believe, if we want to, if we recommend enough changes, can't we?
But we can defer it as much as we want to get answers to our questions. That's probably the better
Okay,
strategy.
I'm just.
Yeah, but you're right.
So I guess I like the idea of controlling the tree canopy in the city. This seems to me more like a way to, at least for the residents, track tree loss rather than limit tree loss. You've created basically a minor barrier to perhaps discourage people from cutting down more than 5 trees at a time. So I'm just kind of ramping around, the ideas here, but those are all the questions I have for now. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Hey, Paul, I'm going to start. I have a couple trains of thought here. I'm going to start with just the actual language of the ordinance itself, because I just had some questions, some things I think might need to be cleaned up a little bit. The first is, in the memo, it states that removal of 6 or more trees requires a permit. So that would imply that tree 1 through 5, you're fine. And then once you wanted to chop down a 6th, you need to get a permit. However, in the ordinance itself, the red line states no permit for 6 or less, which means you could cut down 6, and then it's the 7th that triggers the permit. So I just wanted to clarify at what number triggers the permit.
Yes, six trees are free, and the 7th would require a permit. So we'll clarify it. We'll make sure that all.
And then in the exemption section, C1, the red line just added the word residential to that section, but the definition of a specimen tree is different for residential than commercial and multifamily. However, in that section, it states the same requirements, the 10-inch, the 20-inch, 10-inch for hardwood, 20-inch for softwood, and just added the word residential. So I think we need to clean that up, because my understanding is the threshold is 24-inch hardwood.
I think that's the section that you're referencing, maybe for when a permit is required. So a tree needs to exceed that size.
So I'll read the section, and again, I might just be reading wrong. So if this is exemptions, a tree removal permit is not required for the removal of any hardwood trees less than 10 inches, softwood less than 20 inches, and understory trees less than 6 inches on residential, non-residential, mixed use, and then, it talks about stream buffer. So what that tells me is that if on a residential, I had a hardwood of 10 inches, that would require, that would not meet the exemption. So
it is that trees under that size don't need a permit under any circumstance. So they're not even counted towards the 6. So this is like the really small trees. You can just remove those without needing a permit.
But technically you could do it on a residential, you could do up to 23-inch hardwood and 29-inch.
And those would be, so technically you have three, and this kind of, because it gets really complex, like technically you have three different size categories. You have like your non-permit trees, and they're like those kind of under 10 inches or under 4 inches for different species. Then you have your regular size tree, I'll call them, they need a permit, like if they, for residential, if it's more than 6 of those. And then you have your specimen trees. So you have the technically, this section is just excluding the very small trees from requiring a permit ever, pretty much.
Okay, I guess my reason for asking is that, so if I had a hardwood tree that was 20 inches, it would not require a permit under the proposed ordinance. Is that correct? I could take down one 20, because it's 24 inches, correct?
Correct.
So if I had a 20-inch hardwood tree, I could remove that without a permit.
Correct.
And if the way I read this section, it says that 10 inches doesn't require a permit. So there's that essentially a 14-inch gap. And I guess so. I think the easiest way to clean that up would just to add, another number under section C to specify for residential, as opposed to trying to put it in with the commercial and the multifamily, because it's a different requirement for residential versus commercial and multifamily.
I think we're putting that under A4, like it's under A4, where there's kind of like that meet the size requirements of that section 106A1. That's where we reference it kind of. So it's like,
I saw it because I saw that at first too. I'm just trying to remove any confusion, and for me, it's confusing because it's a different number. Like I could do 24 inches. So if I was going down to cut down a tree in my yard that was a hardwood 14-inch diameter, and I read this, I might think that to mean I need a permit when in fact I got another 10 inches to play with. So I would prefer to see it a little bit more clearly defined for residential. And like I said, it could be as simple as putting section 2 and dropping everything else down, residential, and then putting in those. I just, for me, I'd feel more comfortable if it was more clearly defined. Okay, that's the technical stuff. I don't even know if I want to get into this, but density units, how is that all calculated? I assume it's a formula. Is it based on the tree that was removed and because that number defines your recompense, correct?
Yeah,
So
it's even worse than the formula. We have a table kind of that has for every diameter size, it gives it a certain number of density units, and that is exponential in a way, but it's not a real formula. So you can't just plop in your number to value. So you literally have to take the table and you have to look up the tree. I have a 15-inch tree. I have a 36-inch tree and so forth. Then you look into the table, it gives you the density units, and that's what you can use. And then for recompense, you would look at the diameter of the new trees. You wouldn't look at the table. This counts for this many recompense units. So
and that's something the homeowner could easily do before applying for a permit, because I may say, hey, I'm putting in a new pool. I need to take out these trees to put it in, but then I find out my recompense is $36,000 to remove these trees. I might decide the family can join the swim and tennis club down the street instead. So, I mean, is there a way for them to do that before they start heading down that permit process? Is it easily available?
I mean, it's available. It really isn't easy. Like, it is not easy. So that's probably something that I would expect the tree company to be able to calculate. But like I don't think that a resident is gonna look it up and figure out what it all means.
Right. Because I have a feeling there'll be some sticker shock for people applying for permits. So, all right, so that's it on the technical questions. The rest of it's kind of more philosophical, I guess. And, I'm all for protecting the tree canopy. I think it's a smart thing to do. I mean, especially with specimen trees. I mean, it could take a generation or more to replace that, because trees don't grow, most of them don't grow very fast. So I'm all in favor of doing that, but I do share some of the same concerns that John has raised. And so some of my questions may come out as not necessarily tree friendly, but I just want to make sure that we're not having unintended consequences. And John raised a point about pines and softwood trees. And so Amy, this might be a better question for you. the perception I have, and I think most people have, is those are just waiting to fall down. Those are house splitters. In a big storm, they're going to come down and they'll cut the house in half. And so first of all, is that an accurate perception? Do those tall pines, are they more susceptible? Is there a way of assessing the risk for those trees? Because that's what I tend to see a lot is someone moves into a new house that has all these tall pines, and the first thing they do is get rid of them all because they're just worried about them falling on the house.
So just to reiterate, since I've been working for the city, I'll say it's very rare that a homeowner will want to remove a tree from their yard if it's not a hazardous tree, or if it's not dead, dying, diseased, insect infested. And why is that? Because trees bring so many benefits. They bring benefits to kids. They bring benefits to our air, to the environment, to our social welfare, all these things that we know. So trees, pine trees are like usually the ones to fall in a storm. But if a tree is leaning, it would be considered a hazardous tree, almost always, for any certified arborist that took a look at those trees. So for instances of like a large pine being removed, it might fall under that specimen category, but recompense would not be required because it would not be considered healthy. And I know that example number 4 on Paul's PowerPoint showed some pretty high numbers in the thousands for recompense, and the cost of mitigating in terms of planting trees in the ground was very similar to the cost of paying into the tree fund. But I think the one thing that hasn't been mentioned is the current cost of tree removal in general, which has always been expensive, but now it is exponentially expensive. So if a homeowner can afford to take a specimen sized tree out of their yard that does not fall into the category of something like a land disturbance permit or substantial building permit, if it does not fall into a greater project, if they just want to take it out, then the cost of the tree removal is going to be really expensive. So there's additional costs. I'm not going to necessarily assume that the homeowner can afford it, but in more instances than not, they probably can, because again, they're taking that tree out because they want to, not because they have to. So, going back to your question about the pines, and I might need you to repeat your question.
Well, I know there's a perception out there that pines are susceptible to falling, especially in storms, and we get quite a few storms here in the South and in Dunwoody. So I just know a lot of people remove those trees from their property because they're concerned for the safety of their families. And so would a tree have to be leaning? Is there a way to identify what would be a hazardous tree specific to a softwood, to a pine tree? Is there a way to know for sure?
So a lot of the times, like some of the bigger tree removal companies will have most of the time, they'll have a certified arborist on staff. So that's like your Arbor Guards, your Caldwell tree removal companies. Bigger tree removal companies can make that determination if you want a professional, someone who's not just going to cut it for the sake of getting your money. So, it's been rare that I've seen that many trees removed at one time, like going back to that number, this number of 7, it's very rare that a homeowner will want to remove 7 trees unless they have to, because tree removal is so expensive right now. So, these instances are very, very rare.
Okay, yeah, and when you do, in my experience, at least, it usually is the pines. I've seen several in my neighborhood where some people have moved in and just cleared out a whole front yard full of pines because they're concerned, they're afraid.
And I get that question a lot, so the pine is looming ominously over their kids' bedrooms, and I can relate. So on a personal level, I can relate to that same issue. So I do understand.
Is there any objectivity in our evaluation of a hazardous tree versus a tree that's being removed for purpose?
Well, there's a section of code that defines what makes a tree hazardous. So there's in fact 2 sections. One, as it relates to the stream buffer, trees, that are dead, diseased, dying, hazardous, or insect infested. And then there's another section that is really referring more towards specimen trees and what would define a specimen tree as being healthy. It has to do with the trunk structure and, the percentage of branches that have been limbed and things of that nature. So we're already kind of looking at that.
Okay, yeah, because again, I just know that people, and my primary concern is with the softwood trees. I know a lot of people have concerns about those, and I know people that have done that. So you brought up the cost, which is kind of leads into one of my other concerns, and yes, tree removal on itself is expensive, and then when you start adding the recompense and you're talking, tens of thousands of dollars to remove some trees. I understand there's a deterrent factor there. My concern is if we make it prohibitively expensive, most people will ask for forgiveness rather than permission. And I don't know how we fix that. So first I'll ask a question. Is there any way for us to say definitively, let's say my neighbor comes in and chops down 7 trees in their front yard. They were all big specimen trees, but they came in and they stumped around it and they got rid of everything. Is there any way for us to know if what they did was required a permit, did not require a permit, is after the fact?
So sometimes that happens now in a way, usually as it relates to the stream buffer, sometimes the stuff's still there and we can go out and code enforcement can come with me and we can look and measure. The more common thing that's done is the neighbor will go take pictures if they can take pictures from either their property or from the street without encroaching on their neighbor's property. So that's what's commonly done right now.
Okay, and so on the enforcement side, I'm reading the code, the fine is $1,000 per tree for cutting down without a permit. I think I shouldn't say most. I believe there will be people that say, okay, if I just go ahead and do this and don't get caught, I'm clear. If I get caught, I'm only paying do they still have to pay the recompense if it's determined that, do they have to pay a fine plus the recompense?
Yeah,
So they
if
would
we
be-
could, if there's enough evidence to see that they did that.
Okay, and then this was raised also about, because it says the responsible party in the code, but it doesn't clearly define, because it says it could be the tree company, it could be the homeowner. And are there any legal loopholes in that clearly defining who the responsible person is? I don't, could the tree company point at the homeowner point at the tree company, and then we end up getting nobody fined? And I mean, how does that?
Ultimately, the homeowner is responsible, but if we catch the person, and usually they'll turn the tree company in. So the case we've had, they turned the tree company in.
The neighbor turned the tree company in, or
the homeowner fessed up and said the tree company came on my property and didn't pull a permit. So we'll get both of them.
So could they, in essence, both be fined?
Yeah.
Okay. Could they possibly neither be fined?
I'm sorry, what?
Could it be possible that neither, like if each points a finger at the other? Is there ultimately legally irresponsible? Is it ultimately fall to the property owner?
Ultimately,
Is a
yes.
responsibility to get a permit?
But if we catch the tree company, we'll issue them a citation. If the tree company has done it and gone, we'll issue it against the homeowner, and we'll ask them for whoever cut them. They may tell us and they may not. But out of the 3 times that this has come up, they all turn the tree companies out.
Okay, and I think it's good to have the, to inform, obviously that's going to be very important to this because we don't have a current limitation and in educating the tree companies as well, but there's always that guy driving around the neighborhood in a pickup truck with a chainsaw in the back. And they don't necessarily always do the safest work either. So I just want to make sure that we're also and I don't know if there's a way to do this adequately, that we're addressing that tree work's done responsibly. And I don't know if there's a way to do that or not. Because there's always going to be people that are going to find the loopholes or the way out or try and avoid the system.
I think that's a really good point. I think what happens more frequently, and it happens, I would say almost daily, is that a homeowner will call or email thinking that they need a permit, and they're surprised to find out that they don't need a permit. And sometimes they'll even go through the permitting process and a permit number is set up and associated with their address. They've paid the fee, and then I review it and I say, oh, actually, currently, as our code stands today, they don't need a permit. So then I go back to permitting and say, hey, can you let them know that they don't need a permit? So I think because it's so common these days, and these surrounding municipalities like Brookhaven, Obviously, City of Atlanta is the one that gets referenced most frequently. I'm not sure about Shamley. I know Sandy Springs is typically more stringent. People are so afraid to do that, to remove a tree without a permit, that they'll usually check with me first.
Okay, the replacement, if someone wanted to replace the tree rather than doing, contributing to the tree fund, does it have to go on that same piece of property? Like, for example, let's say I cut down 3 trees, but I did it to put in a pool in my backyard. So there's no room to replace the trees, but hey, my neighbor wants some trees, so I'll plant the trees in his yard. Is that acceptable? I mean, I don't know if that would ever be
No,
a
it
situation. I'm
would
just curious.
be- They could plant back what they have room for and then pay the remainder into the tree.
So it'd have to be on the same parcel.
Yeah.
Okay. I had a bunch of questions. I just want to make sure I hit everything. Okay, I think that's all I have for now. I do appreciate the effort here and the intent. As I said, I'm all for protecting the tree canopy. I just want to make sure that we're not penalizing the people that are following the rules and allowing others to continue doing what they want to do anyway. So I don't know if there's a good answer to that, but I am in favor of the spirit of this.
I want to make a really important point, mostly for council, because that's pretty much who's here. I Googled every city I could think of in Metro Atlanta, and every city has a tree ordinance that applies to single family home ownership, owners. I couldn't find one that didn't. DeKalb County, which didn't have a tree ordinance when we became a city, which is probably why we don't have a tree ordinance, or why we at least didn't initially have a tree ordinance, didn't have one, and they have one now. So to the point that's been made here, the inquiries I get most frequently are where, how do I get a permit, or why does my neighbor not have to get a permit? So we can talk all we want about how expensive it is or how valuable trees are so they don't do it, but it's a fairly regular occurrence for me as mayor to get pinged on Facebook, for someone to stop me. I got a message a few weeks ago, my neighbor plans to clear cut their yard. Can you help me discourage them? So it's important to note that just because it's expensive or trees pride value, that isn't necessarily protecting our tree canopy alone, but also the expectation of the legitimate players in this field are that they have to get a permit. So the tree companies come in, they call. There was this darling older couple that was so confused a few weeks ago. And they sat in the lobby, and I happened to stumble upon them, and we had to find someone to explain because their tree company thought they had to have a permit. And so I think that, but also you can take up under our ordinance, you can take 5 trees down, if I'm reading it correctly, without any permission from us. And so there are an awful lot of homes in Dunwoody that don't have 10 trees on their lots. We've lost trees to Mother Nature to the extent that I think that it's not so uncommon. It's not it's more lenient than some, or maybe more lenient than all. Just the quick ones I glanced at. Chambly does a terrific job on their webpage of explaining how you measure the diameter of your tree, and they show you how to do all the stuff we're talking about on their webpage. I just think that we're entering a different time in our climate pattern, and every time we have a heavy rain and someone has removed all the trees on their lots, the implications for the neighbors are getting more and more significant. But again, just to make the biggest point is we're like the only one. It's not like we would be the only one with a tree permit. We are currently the only one without a tree permit requirement. And so I just want to make that point. This isn't that unusual. It's something different for us. And I want people to be able to put in a swimming pool. And those are some things maybe we'll talk about 2 weeks from now. There's nothing saying we have to do this right away. But what we really need to concentrate on is the overall impact of the tree canopy on all of Dunwoody, not just the single family homes. Plus, I don't think that we have a way to address the people clear cutting their lots to sell their house 3 months from now, because we're seeing it happen over and over again in the last years without some kind of residential tree ordinance. So the house on Chambly Dunwoody, where all the trees are gone and it's just sitting there, I imagine that sooner or later, somebody's going to come in and tear that house down. And they will not have the builder will have no consequences for the trees because a homeowner did it. So that's just something to think about. So we look forward to seeing this again in a few weeks. Thank you. Paul, it's up. Oh, Sharon.
An ordinance to amend chapter 27 zoning ordinance of the city of Dunwoody Code of Ordinances to add color temperature regulations and requirements for outdoor lighting. Paul Leonhard.
Yep, and this one came to us through Councilman Seconder now, and then I know former Councilman Reithager was bringing this up quite a bit. So this would add a new feature to our lighting ordinance, and that's color temperature. So we would regulate color temperature should you improve this amendment, and I'll go into it what that is in a second. This goes back to sort of the technological shift towards LEDs more or less is causing this now. LEDs can not only be brighter, but they have a different light hue. They have a different kind of color than typical incandescent bulbs have. So if you have, for instance, like if you drive on the highway and you have a car behind you, that light looks much different than light looked like 10 years ago. It's a much more bluish tone. It's not the same yellow, and it appears brighter. It causes more glare. And it may be, generally this type of light at the same light intensity just tends to cause more glare because of how our eyes are programmed in a way. So this has been sort of recommended. We've adopted like a dark sky compliant, so we're a dark sky compliant community. Those people are generally recommending light temperature under 3000 Kelvin, which is what we're proposing here. And that helps, that helps with the biorhythm of birds and orienting of birds and other animals, and us, like it helps with our biorhythm in a way. We're already doing this in the public right of way. So we're doing it with street lights already. We're doing it in our parks. If we install new lights, or if we exchange the light fixtures at those, and this would now make this apply to private property as well. So 3000 Kelvin again is like, so it's a typical choice for dark sky compliant communities. I added this here in the graphic at the bottom right. So where you have light at 3000 Kelvin is like a yellowish hue. So it's more similar to how the streetlights used to look in the past, for instance. Right now, what we're getting a lot is like 5500 Kelvin, which is, when you're looking here, it's more like in that pure white spectrum. So it's a really white kind of hue. And in a way, like all these lights are the same. Even on this graphic, you're almost like a little bit more blinded by those lights in the middle here than the lights on the very left and then the right side of the spectrum. So what we're proposing here is to have this apply to outdoor lighting fixtures in the city. So it's your typical parking lot lighting, it's your typical gas station canopy lighting, to apply the 3000 Kelvin at the light source. And the way we're ideally wanting to regulate this is at the time of plan review, because all larger projects have to submit lighting plans to us. We'll ask them to submit us the light temperature of the fixtures they're intending to use. We double check that those are generally commercially available. So these are available in different light hues. So generally the 3000 Kelvin is just as much available as the 5500 Kelvin. What we're proposing to exclude here is the sports fields, and sort of we looked into that. There are typically specific standards for those type of venues. So it's like the tennis federation has a certain standard, And that is because they want this sort of pure light going onto the field so that there's no, that there is no impact on the sport that is played. So we're proposing to exclude this as part of this proposal. And that's true in our parks too, where we, for the sport fields, we actually do use the higher color temperature. And with this, I want to end my presentation, and I'm ready for any questions you may have.
Thank you. I need to open the public hearing unless there's an objection. The public hearing is opened. We have 10 minutes for anyone speaking in favor of this. I see none. 10 minutes for anyone speaking against this ordinance text amendment. Seeing none, I end the public hearing unless there's an objection. Council, questions or comments? Anybody? It doesn't matter, just raise your hand.
So the applicability about, you've got applicability, talks about whenever existing outdoor lighting constituting 60% or more is modified or replaced. What if it's kind of like cutting down a tree. I mean, seriously, if they got like 5 of them, they just replace one. And then can we encourage or ask, how do we just say if one burns out, just replace it with this other Kelvin? Can we do that? Is that feasible? Is that reasonable?
So with this, like the thresholds that you're referencing is when they have to update the lighting on the entire site. So it's like when they make sort of changes above the threshold, then all of the lights have to be updated. Generally with this, if we have it in place, then if they are exchanging, let's say they're exchanging 2 light fixtures somewhere with new LED fixtures, then they have to use the 3000 Kelvin. So that they would have to do. They don't have to upgrade the lighting on the entire site and the entire parking lot. This came up as one of our church campuses, where you have like these large campuses. And then if they're, changing a fixture somewhere, then we wouldn't require the entire lighting to be updated. But like anything that's newly installed would have to meet those standards.
So I'm not a technician, but is this as simple as, is this interchangeable? Just literally a light bulb or fixture, right? It's just going out and getting a different, same socket, same hardware? Is that, I mean.
Yeah, you would literally, it's like the same way you can buy different light bulbs for your home, kind of, they come in these different tones, like a warm white, a pure white, what have you. It is, in many instances, it's similar. It may not always be possible to just put in an LED fixture or an LED bulb sort of into a light fixture. That's not always possible, but LEDs come in all these different tones. That there it's possible. You would just buy a different light tone.
So kind of re-answer my question to beginning, just so I soaks in about just the replacement bulb. The thing burns out. What do we say to, if this goes forward, to them? What do we say to them? What do they replace it with if just a single fixture burns out?
Yeah, they would technically have to. They would technically have to put in a new 3000 Kelvin.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to be sure. Thanks.
Anybody else? Stacy?
I have a question about the code enforcement and how do you measure a Kelvin from a light bulb?
Yeah, that is tricky. And there are meters, and we will procure one of those. Like if this passes, there are meters. It gets into this tricky thing where I'm sure a city attorney is going to be where you have to be certified to do this, so you do it just the right way, because you have to do it at a certain distance, to have the measure be the right measure. But we'll have one of us. We will procure one of those devices, and we'll have one of our code enforcement officers.
So then my other concern is, that would mean that our code enforcement officer has to work at night. So how does that work?
So for most intents and purposes, what we're going to ask for is like, can you show us the product specs for what you installed? So that shows, like, that's a standard thing in commercial lighting, is that it shows the color temperature. And ideally, I'm sure 9 out of 10 cases we can get resolved that way.
Catherine.
I know you've indicated this is closing a loophole, but are you solving a problem? Will this text amendment bring about any changes? There's something exceeding 3,000 Kelvin in the city right now.
Yeah, that's, I
Yeah.
think most LED lighting that's installed is 5,500 Kelvin.
Okay, so most of what we have out there is too
Yeah,
bright.
that's more like the commercial standard. It's more the 5,500.
So you're gonna get pushback from commercial establishments like gas stations that want it well lit.
I mean, we probably won't. The site lighting they had before LEDs was the certain way, like that this will require some getting used to, this won't look. Business is always interested, right? Like at night, they want to have like the parking lot lit all the way to make sure that there's no one congregating and no one loitering there, and there's no. And it'll be the same. It'll be by and large the same light intensities. We measured that in foot candles, and they'll do it the same way. It's just going to look slightly yellowish.
Gotcha.
So there shouldn't be any practical issues with it. It's just that we perceive it different.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, so we'll see this again in a few weeks. Thank you. Consent agenda,
Move to approve.
moved by John. Anybody, sorry, I need a second.
Second.
Moved by John, second by Joe. Anybody have questions on anything on the agenda?
We happen to have the representative on number 9 in the room.
No, I don't, he's not here, but thank you.
Just wanted to honor him
Oh,
if he was.
but you're gonna, oh,
Hi, again, Danielle Handy, project manager with Rocal Point Partners. Phil Mays is not here today,
Right.
but he did want to extend his sincere gratitude for your consideration of his appointment to the board. If you have any questions, I think I could answer in his
Right, we're
stead, but he
good.
is very grateful.
Just want to honor him.
thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate his services. I appreciate his gratitude, but we appreciate his service.
Thank you.
Anything else? Anybody have anything? Nope. All right, I call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda passes unanimously. You want me, John? Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I have a timing issue for
Yes.
this evening. I have a hard stop of around 8, maybe 8:10. Therefore, there's a number of discussion items on the agenda that I would like to at least have the opportunity to weigh in on, namely 21 and 23. If there's any way the council would entertain moving item 21 and 23 to next on the agenda, it would be appreciated.
Okay.
So moved.
Because those are just discussion items. We're
Those are
not
just
voting, just
discussion
so
items. We're
council
not-
knows.
yeah.
So let's go ahead. That was a motion.
That was a motion. I'd like to make a motion to move to 21 and 23 right now to the top of the agenda where we are currently.
Yes. I need a second.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. So we are moving 21 and 23 up, and I am not going to renumber Sharon, so just to be clear. It's,
Mayor, do you want me to read those?
no, they're just discussion items. Jay, just start when you're ready, please. John, well, never mind. Yeah, no, I just didn't know if there was one that was more important to you, but we'll just go through, or you can just
I
say,
think the ARP one should go very quickly.
okay. Because y'all use the whole thing together.
Okay, can
Yeah.
you see the ARP agenda item on the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mayor and council, what you have before you is something that we talked about at the retreat and we've talked about over the past year. And this is kind of an over encompassing budget for the American Rescue Plan funding as proposed by the ARP and Grants Committee from the other day. We ran through this at the town hall last week and we will again on Tuesday and Wednesday here. But what you have before here is what we have proposed to do with all 18 million of funding with a $1.2 million contingency still done of it.
What it will do is do like we've discussed, that the city would take the $10 million revenue replacement. Now, some cities are doing this to do true revenue replacement, essentially put it in the general fund and run police and parks with it, your normal operations. Originally, we were going to propose to do some of that, but fund balance is healthy enough where we don't see it as an option or a needed option this year. So we've recommended pulling that away and using the 10 million as a revenue replacement. And there will be an allocation that is done to fulfill that legal requirement. But what it will do is free up $10 million of general fund funding. And we plan to lockbox it, as I call it, put it in fund ARP2 for transparency's sake. So everything in ARP is going to show spend on this grant, and ARP2, even though the federal rules and the time frame are no longer applicable, what it'll do is show to the public that it's still being done for separate purposes. It's not being done to do day-to-day operations that would be normal for the city. So that's the first thing that this does in totality. To go through the list, and I'll go through them fairly quickly on it because we've discussed it some. The items you have on here are PCE Park and its building, which the council has already approved. This is an eligible ARP expense because the hotels and motels here asked, I think it was 4 years ago by now, to have their rate increased so it could eventually be bonded for things that they need to recruit stays at their hotels. In other words, you come to Atlanta, you can take the train here, but once you get here, there wasn't stuff to do. And they actually said parks and trails close to the hotel system. Well, until there is at least 2 years, if not more, of hotel and motel tax funding where it was pre-COVID, I couldn't recommend bonding that. We could go out and bond the smaller amount we get now, but I would wait for that to be incredibly stable. However, this would be a replacement of that. So basically, instead of doing it as bonded, it'd be pay as you go. There's also $500,000 here for wayfinding signage. One of the other things we've talked with the businesses around the perimeter area is you get off of MARTA and everybody's got a GPS on their phone, and we all know we look down at it and we can't figure out which way is north. So we do need signage all around the area to do that. This is a long part of the process to also kind of brand the area with it. There's 4.9 million in here of stormwater. Now, one of the things about stormwater that a lot of people don't realize is the city does have a self-contained stormwater fund. You're basically non-permeable services are taxed, okay? We get, and I think if I'm right, about 2.5 million, maybe 2.25 million of revenue each year. So a $500,000 project in the stormwater fund would blow it out for the year. So we can maintain, we can do improvements. We can't do massive improvements. So using this is one of the things where we can tackle big projects and things we would not normally do as a recommendation. And all water, stormwater, and sewer are eligible expenses under ARP. The other things you've got under here are $2 million worth of direct assistance, which will be done as a not-for-profit grant opportunity, of which 200,000 has already been designated to Corners Outreach for the summer school program at the last meeting. 1.5 million for recreational equity. And what this is let's say take some of this away to look at parks or amenities in areas of town that are underserved or would not be looked at normally because it's not necessarily where you would think about. So this is to dedicate funding to areas that we have missed in the past and communities that we have missed. The third part of this is cybersecurity at $1 million. I can say this, today is Monday. On Tuesday, there will be an upgrade of some type that we need to do. On Wednesday, there will be an upgrade of some type we need to do. The more that can be dedicated to this, the better. This will at least get us through some of this. For true transparency, some of this might end up having ongoing cost on cybersecurity. The rest, we're trying not to have ongoing cost. Some of this, what we've kind of set up as the ground rule is the first license in the first year we'll pay for, but then we'd have to absorb some of it, but it'll be minimal off of this. The next is the economic development part. Michael Starling's worked out a program to work with this money over the next few years to do stimulus work around here with the local businesses. Social Services Incubator is purchasing and developing a building in an area of town. We haven't picked a location yet that not-for-profits can rent out to us. Basically, they would rent for just custodial upkeep and maintenance, and they can have a home. We have plenty of great not-for-profits who, as I always say, will gladly work out of church basements and gladly work out of little warehouses. But right now, if you're a citizen in need of Dunwoody, you might get pointed to 3 different places in a day. We're trying to put them all under one roof, or at least closer to one roof. Next up is police, public safety police. One of the things we're looking at with this, and you'll see it later on your agenda, is a mental health clinician services for police. And and what it's meaning is that when, and I'm going to be very simple here, you have a domestic dispute and a couple is arguing and their police are called in. Well, the police can stop it that day, but the trouble is there needs to be follow-up the next day, and it's not police follow-up that's needed. So this is essentially working with that type of environment there. Public safety lighting, we're working on developing a plan that we will bring back to council on hitting areas that are underlighted and probably will not be addressed immediately, but we need to get to them. So we'll come back to you with options for that. Administrative costs, 300,000. This is actually specifically for the direct assistance part. We do need hands because that is the cutting of checks to other people, and we want oversight and basically redundant oversight. Two different agencies looking at it. City supplies and services is a catch-all for those little things we have here at City Hall or in city operations we just have missed. So that's only 250 out of 18 million. And grant writing is a kind of a continuation on a pilot program we did. One of our municipal vendors is willing to work with us on an ad hoc basis so that we can basically hire the grant writer or grant seeker by the hour. And I think it worked, even though the ones that we've done, we did 3, we didn't get any of them. We knew they would be long shots. It tested it. The relationship works very well. That individual, whether or not it would be them at the same time is not important, but the relationship worked good because our departments could give her the information. She compiled the grant stuff and put it together. Basically took a lot of the burden off of staff. That's a very quick version of what's in the ARP funding. And this is for discussion and any comments from council.
All right, questions or anything, or we want to go on to the next one so that we can circle back and ask questions on both at the same time or something?
If council is agreeable to that, I can work with that.
They seem to be agreeable. No one's yelling at me.
Let's go to. Okay. I'm going to work with it that way. Okay. This is a recap, and I'm going to go through this fairly quickly because we will do it at both town halls this week on it. Tell me if you can still see it on the screen. Got it. Good.
It's not in run mode, but we
No.
can see it.
Yeah, that's what I love about this. How about now?
Yes.
There we go. Okay. First thing I want to do, and some of this I'm going to gloss over in mere seconds because we all know, we all have heard it. Your typical tax bill, what you actually get in the mail, mostly goes to school. Your city portion is only about 5% of that. When you look at your bill, only 5% of that number actually goes to the city of Dunwoody. This, I'm actually going to update on a second presentation with this with Digest. So just pretend like you haven't seen this slide because Friday at about noon, we got new information on it. Okay, this is your current budget. It's proposed. We have a $25 million fund balance. We have revenue of about 24.2, basically meaning we're looking at using 4 million of fund balance this year. Now, the city is incredibly healthy, and this was a planned drawdown. Because of COVID, we got incredibly cautious and we piggy banked a lot because we didn't know what was going to happen. It's helping us now because what we're able to do is not decrease services and even expand services this year. You have a new right-of-way crew out there. You have other expansions within departments. We were able to give raises and we were able to give the pay and step grade to the police department because we put this money to the side. Now, what happens is Linda Neighbors and myself are almost daily watching, making sure we're still healthy. There's no reason to say otherwise, but technically there is a structural deficit with us. Means we don't have enough ongoing revenue to do ongoing expenses. We're using one-time revenue. Now, here's the thing about the way our revenue is structured in Dunwoody. Currently, your millage rate is 2.74 nominally, meaning that is the number that is calculated with. I think if I remember right, 95% of the homeowners here are eligible and have applied and received a homestead exemption, which means they are taxed at a rate of 1.74. It's not 2.74. So what you're getting there is basically, except for cities that do not charge taxes at all, one of the lowest rates in the area. Okay, that's just, it's a bargain for what we charge. The city council has the authority to raise it to 3.04. That is what's in the charter and in the code as the cap on the operating millage rate. Now, some of us have asked about what would happen if you raised it to the cap. This is your impact on your typical home. You're looking at under $70, even for your high-end homes on this. And that would be effective in the year that you passed it. So if you passed it this July, your homeowner would be hit with $70 more. For those that are in the school system, and when you get your school tax on it, remember their property values aren't frozen. So they could see $100, $200 increases very easily. This would be minimal even compared to what the school would do on an inflationary measure. In the city hall, in the town halls last week and this week, we've also discussed bonds and the impact on it. And if you take a look, depending upon the size of the bond, it could be in the size of the house. It could be anywhere between in the 80s to the $200 increase or so for a bond. And basically low, middle, and high are 30, 40, and $50 million issuance. So when you start looking at these and kind of put an average one, let's put the mid bond in there. If your current tax bill was between $250 and $390, and the city raised it to 3.04, it would raise it $45 to $70 on a typical home. Your bond increase on a $40 million package would be an additional $116 to $117, which means that even your total bill for your $600,000 home, and again, 80% of the homes in Dunwoody fall into one of these three categories, would be $636 a year. That's $2 a day to do rough math right there. So this is what we've been showing at the town halls to show the impact of that. However, we have new digest information, which I would like to share with everybody. And tell me if you can see that.
See something.
Yeah, you see something. How about now? There we go. Okay. Here's your digest as of Friday. And again, I always say that all numbers that are done in a very quick one-day thing are always subject to fat finger errors. Okay, but we've checked it a couple of times. Your digest for this city grew at about 6% this year. The budget basically had a 2% one. Now, all the finance staff and myself say you could not have gotten us to put our heads out on the chopping block and said we're going to grow at 6%. Did I think better than 2? Possibly 3 or 4. 6 is very generous. However, we need to talk about how it's growing now. Okay, this is your year-over-year change in your digest since the inception of Dunwoody. We have 2 years of back-to-back growth. I want you to listen to that very carefully. 2 years of back-to-back growth, which meant 3 years ago we had a.
But wasn't that related to a lawsuit or something?
It was,
Sorry.
but it's still a decrease.
It is a
And
decrease,
the
but I
thing is,
just,
things like that can happen all the time.
absolutely.
Okay, so out of 13 years, we had 3 years where the digest went down, 2 years where it was 0, and 1 where it was anemic. As I say, we have a 50% chance of positive growth. Now, this is the digest in total, okay? The total digest, what we gain revenue off of. Look at the categories as you can see. If you take a look, the darkest one at the bottom, residential real property starting to creep up a little bit. I'm going to show you a little bit about how that does not affect us one bit. If you took a look at the gross digest for the city of Dunwoody, this means no exemptions are taken into account. Commercial and residential real property are pretty close to 50-50. It's a wonderful little mix there. However, if we take all the exemptions and add them back into residential, it decreases to 31%. It means that the commercial places are carrying most of the freight on this. Now let's turn to what those exemptions are. And this is one that when we got the digest this year, house values shot up by double digits in this digest. For all that applied for a homestead exemption, their exemption shot up the same amount. So we've always talked about this city having a 1 mil exemption on that 2.74. Notice that the freeze is almost to that same value. It means now you're close to a 2 mil exemption on your typical home here. So if we started looking at a real millage rate, we're getting it below 1 for most homeowners, which in no city in a situation like ours, you would tax and keep that way. This is another chart you need to start paying attention to, is 2 different things. The percent of the digest that is covered by exemptions. This year, 30.4, the lower of the 2 graphs, 30% of the digest is exempted in total. However, if you just look at homesteaded properties, 58% of the values of homesteads, because of the 1 mil exemption and the freeze, are removed. So when people start talking about their millage rate of 2.4, you can take off almost 60% at this time. Houses are taxed at about 40% of the rate that actually shows up on the bill because of exemptions. And this is what you really need to focus on, because this is numbers. Now, these are technically not what was billed, but it's very close. The dark bar is the amount of money we received from residential real property every year since inception. The hashed bar is every amount we've gotten from commercial since inception. Residential, we collect just about we will collect just about as much in 2022 as we did in 2008, within $50,000 on a $2.8 million base. We have a revenue source that represents about 10% of our budget, which will never grow under current circumstances at 2.74. It will be at 2.8 today, and it will be at 2.8 million or so tomorrow. That's kind of the quick, undigestible version of this. It's like drinking through a fire hose, but I open the floor up for any questions.
John, we'll start with you because I know you're in a hurry.
Yes, thank you. A lot on the agenda tonight, a lot in front of us. You have the millage rate and the bonds. We have a number of hearings in front of us this week, which means that we probably shouldn't be saying, we should be listening to the citizens when it comes to talking and listening to what they want to say about the bonds. So let's talk a little bit about the millage. So the increase of the tax digest has grown, but yet tell me where we are on expenses in the next year, coming year. What's the forecast on expenses? And do we still need a millage rate increase, Jay? Do we need that? We've got a growth of the digest.
If we took a look at the digest, the growth numbers that we just got in, we will still have what's called a structural deficit of probably around maybe $2 million. So that means ongoing revenue you get every year will be 2 million short of expenses. Now, we've all gone over the past year about how the city that is operating today is not the city that was designed in 2008. Specifically, two things. The Parks Department, as I always tell Brent, he should be operating off $450,000 a year, because that's what Carl Vinson said he would need to run the park system. He's running on about $3 million a year. It's not overreaching. It's what the citizens have asked for. They asked for Brook Run Park. They asked for what is a jewel in the area. We also have a police department that the original study way understaffed. Now, we do have vacancies, but we still are staffed way more than what Carl Vinson should say. To keep those in line and to be competitive, we need a rate that's competitive. We need to be able to keep our people employed here. Now, what we do is we have a budget that's probably anywhere in the next few years consistently $2 to $4 million of shortfall that we can use fund balance. And we've projected that for at least, without any type of increase, at least 2 more years, maybe a third, where we can use fund balance. But at that point, we would be under the 4-month mark, which is where we do not want to go. Above 4 months, fine. Above 6 months, way fine. But we need to start looking at it now. The 30-cent increase to the cap, which can be done by council action, would get us just at about $1 million. Finance department today also, and again, all numbers subject to change, started looking at revenue sources that we've gotten year to date. And we do budget revenue conservatively. We always will, and we will always admit that. We think with the new digest, the 6% growth, the new amount of other income that will get, and we're going to say hotel motel is the first thing. We did the hotel number in October of last year. Today is not October of last year, and we feel more confident in moving it up. We're still not moving it up to pre-pandemic levels. But if the digest of 6% and the new estimated revenue were added in with this $1 million additional, that the 30-cent increase to the cap that's allowed by charter, our use of fund balance could shrink from this 4 million or so to possibly in the neighborhood of 1.25 to 1 million, which is incredibly manageable. It also looks in short-term forecasts that instead of just 2 or 3 years, we could look at 4, 5, or 6 before needing to address it. Now, we would each year budget a little bit of the use of the fund balance that would mitigate that need.
Jay, thank you for that. Tell me now a little bit about expenses. The numbers that you're talking about of the reducing, using the fund balance, does that take in consideration of expenses that we do not have on the budget? For example, we heard from Chief Grogan and others that said that our police department is not only underfunded, they're also underpaid. I may have heard that there may be a thought of a mid-year pay raise for our police department. Is there, can you mention that or just talk about that? Or if that hasn't been discussed, if we wanted to do something like that, what would that do in the sense of our budget aspect?
What we've done is in our 5-year forecast, which we still haven't updated for this newest digest, but I can give you kind of the preliminary look at it. We knew that we were going to probably budget in the forecast $1 million or $2 million every year and whittle it down to 4 months. And what we do is we put in proxies for increases, i.e. new parks opening. We have built into the forecast always a 4% raise. So that's what I do just to put it in there, because historically we've given 3 for the first 10, 11, 12 years. Now that is not the norm and does not look like it will be the norm. If you add in on total inclusive of the grid last year, police got in the, I want to say it was 11 or 12% when you added it all together. So we've started looking at that, and we've talked internally about updating it to include a possible mid-year adjustment somewhere in the single digit phase to accommodate what's going on nationwide and locally in Atlanta for prices. The 30 cents additional helps us make bank on that perpetually.
All right, I don't want to get us off topic, but that's a topic that I want to make sure that if we do raise the millage rate, that a large portion of it go to police funding. And if that were a mid-year adjustment that would be active sooner rather than later, it would be appreciated by all of our officers in the hiring aspect. As far as the bond referendum discussion, I mixed feelings on it. I want to hear what the citizens have to say on it. There is a list that has been released. That list is not what is being promised to be developed if we were to go forward with a bond. But that being said, there are a number of things on there that are desired by the citizens. There's discussions more to be had. And I'm here to listen. I'm sorry that I have a flight at 10 o'clock this evening that I need to leave for at some point soon. But I am going to listen to the video of this meeting and make sure that I understand where others are in this conversation. Again, I apologize. You don't book, I had to book flights far in advance, not knowing the length of this agenda. So please forgive me. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I look forward to hearing more public comment from what everybody has to say. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Questions, comments, we can lump it all together if that's okay with council. Starting with who wants to go first? Tom. Actually, can I have a question first? Sorry. I want to talk a little bit because I couldn't stay Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever the meeting was this week, because I was coughing, and I want to make sure I understand what was said about the police department, because I wasn't there to hear Chief's. I understand Chief addressed some questions. Can someone clarify about underfunded?
And Chief, if you want to come up and add to this, in general, one of the things that was verified by both the chief and myself is that even though there are vacancies, it's not that he doesn't have the funding to offer.
Right.
If he had 10 warm bodies that he could put in uniform and wanted to, he has the funding for it today.
Yeah, I think there was a question related to, did we have the money of the budget to recruit people?
Right.
And I said, we certainly do have,
Right.
the council couldn't give us $50,000 and it would help us recruit better.
Right.
We've got the staff and the
Okay.
funds to be able to do that. I think if I remember correctly,
Right.
that was what the question was asking about. We didn't talk about what John just talked about.
Right.
We didn't
So
address
is
that.
our department underfunded right now? I just want to make sure. I mean,
No,
I want to make
we were-
sure.
We were fully funded.
Right.
For the department.
Right.
And obviously we've had some vacancies. so
Yes.
There's money there we haven't used.
Right.
But the department is fully funded.
Right. And I understand we consistently and constantly need to be looking at salaries
Yes.
to remain competitive or be better than competitive.
Sure.
But I just want to make sure, because Councilman Hennigan said it, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something. Our department is not underfunded right now. You have the resources you need to do what you need to do.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
And Chief, you gave a great, I was there at Kingsley last week, and thank you for giving that detail. You talked about some other benefits, right? for the greater public, do you mind just restating those things that we have for recruiting, internal referral,
Sure.
recruiting?
I'd be happy to do that. So right now we have, we provide a hiring bonus of $6,000 for new hires. We also offer a $3,000 payment recruitment bonus for employees who are able to recruit officers from, other departments or new officers. And of course, the council's been very generous. We have a $700 a month housing stipend that's provided. And then, of course, tuition reimbursement, our retention pay on their anniversary at the end of the year when you get at least 5 years here at the city, and other benefits similar to that. So, yeah.
Okay.
And of course, good medical.
Fly safe, John.
insurance and all that. Yep.
Okay. All right, Tom, thank you, Chief. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add one other thing that the chief brought up at Kingsley last week that I think is very important too, as far as the staffing shortages is we've had applicants that didn't necessarily meet the muster, that didn't fit the standard. So hiring for a police department isn't, just take the first warm body off the street. We want to make sure that we're getting qualified people. They go through a stringent background check, and people may apply, but they might not make the cut.
Sure, that's no doubt. It's it's a pretty stringent hiring process to be a police officer. You go through a physical agility test, interview process, background investigation, a physical, drug screen, psychological, and a CVSA, a voice stress analyzer test similar to lie detector test. And so it's a pretty rigorous process. And recruiting and retaining officers right now is a challenge in law enforcement in general. And so the market here in our area is highly competitive. I know the council's aware of this, but when y'all were making that the hiring grid and pay adjustment in October, right before we announced, Sandy Springs did a 20% across the board raise, and there's been other similar raises, and then you add inflation onto that. It's just a challenging market right now.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yep.
Tom, you have other questions or comments about this stuff?
No, actually, I think Jay, I just want to say that Jay, I think, did an outstanding job at Kingsley last week, presenting this to the public in a very clear and easy to digest manner. So thank you for that. I look forward to the next two meetings and as John said, listening to the feedback and the comments from the public and using that information to guide us to move forward.
Anybody?
Thanks. It was a good, I agree. It's a good recap. I appreciate all you've done to put this together. I like the idea of a bond. I definitely want to get feedback from voters, and I like the idea of putting the question to the voters. And I appreciate the discussion of the millage and the millage cap and how we might be able to use that to cover operating costs.
If I can add one more thing to this, and part of it is a little bit of time is of the essence.
Right.
There are going to be advertisements associated with the millage rate. And here is one other thing council should be aware of is me and the staff will have to put the ads into the local paper. And normally we've always just put in 2.74 and just run with it. The council can approve that number and any number lower. So I have a suggestion out there or something that if we could just get some type of feedback on it, not necessarily a council vote, because we don't need a vote on the rate itself. We can advertise 3.04 starting in the next week or two, and then vote on something lower in the July timeframe. That is an option that's on the table that we would have to do. If not, if we choose to do the 3.04, it could be done next year also, or it could be done, and I would never want to do this, a supplemental billing of the incremental amount. That's just something else to know about the time frame with our June meetings is we may end up placing the advertisement before our next council meeting.
Okay. All right, Catherine.
A comment about the millage rate. This cap was put into place by a very fiscally conservative council, and in this charter, I think that the citizens can feel good that that cap is a generally fiscally conservative cap, and thus it is not our if we raise to that cap, we are in keeping with fiscally conservative principles upon which this city was founded.
Speaker is correct.
In terms of the bond, I do look forward to having a robust council discussion after we get our 2 more feedback sessions.
Stacy.
I would just encourage the public that if you cannot attend one of the town halls, we do read our emails. We do need to hear from you. We are all ready and willing to listen, and we want to figure out how we're going to move forward, but we have to hear from you.
Joe.
Yeah, thanks. I ditto that, exactly what Stacy said. We need to hear from you. I want to thank Eric and staff. We do have a link on the website, on our website. If you go to just dunwoodydh.gov, but there is a page, we have a link to what's being presented online, right? It's like capital investments or something. I'd like to make sure, like right now, I just jumped in the news list, detail pages. It talks about Dunwoody Old Town Hall and capital investments. On that site, I'd like to have a link. I want to get people to that page that has the documents attached. Right? I want to be able to tell the public, here's your one-stop shop, and add if you have questions, send an email to, and here's the email, council members at Dunwoody GA. So can we do those couple of quick tweaks wherever it's posted?
Our wonderful communications director says there's a red bar at the top that does that.
I saw the red bar, and that invites people to go, and if I click for more, I'm going to do that. Perfect. That's the one. That's the one. Thank you, Jennifer. Woo woo. Yeah, you know I'm all about webs and web sites and simple. Yeah. Also, let folks know, this is a comment, not a question, but it will be live streamed tomorrow, and it will be recorded so people can listen to that. It'll be on Facebook Live. I do appreciate and listening to people. I want to let people know that that list that you see on a spreadsheet is just a proposed idea, but we want to hear from people. And it's up to the citizens to say, now it's your chance to provide feedback. This is not the definitive list. It's nothing that we've agreed on in principle, et cetera. It's from a subcommittee of some ideas and some staff of out there, right? But I do want to back into, and I want to make sure that our council has this idea of looking at the time frame of potentially backing into the July 11th as where we targeted. Yeah, there's a little slip. We added some buffer in there because we could slip, but I don't, so July 11th, but we only have one meeting in June right now, officially. And I say that the better the transparency, the better it is for the process. We need to have another meeting just to discuss it and overview and talk about the list and make sure it's QA'd and have a public comments, give them 10 minutes. Whoever wants to talk, just open it up, not just a three-way, 3 minutes. So I'd love to think about that, where we really sit back, another meeting. I know we have the one in June, but a second one where we really just hit that, and it's all on that link, that website, that we keep that updated with the list of where we are today, FAQ as of date, right? So, it's like as of date, this FAQ is as of this date, right? And whatever part. So, but thanks, Jay. You present. I got a mic drop. I appreciate you showing that.
You're welcome.
That's what we have to talk to people about eventually. So thank you.
Okay, so I just want to talk about the millage rate briefly. And I said it at the retreat, and I'm going to say it again. We have to be very careful. I said it more direct than this. What I said was, I don't think we can build any more parks unless we address our revenue. And so this is, to Catherine's point, it's in our charter. It was anticipated that we might do it one day. We have never raised city taxes. But on top of that, I want everyone to look at their bill. It's one thing to say it's 4 to 5%, but depending on how long you've owned your house in Dunwoody, if your house value was frozen, if you've been here for more than 13 years or something, if your house value was frozen during the recession, you might be shocked to see that your value is similar to what you paid for it 20 years before. And so I think it's really important for people to understand what they're paying city taxes for and then what they're getting. And I think that's a really important step if we're going to move Dunwoody forward, is to look at our revenue realistically. So that's my take on that. It's kind of just the cold hard fiscal. And also, in best city practices, you don't have a city where 70% of the revenue comes from commercial, if I understand correctly. So that's the other part of this. And we're not going to change that dramatically, by the way. We're not really going to change it probably very much percentage wise. So that's all. Jay pointed out that if it's okay with council, I don't know if I had to have a motion to do this, I probably do. If we could talk about Sproul and the Dunwoody Nature Center. Do I have to have a motion? Yes, all right. I need a motion, if it's okay with council, to go ahead and move number 22 up to where we are now.
I move to move agenda item number 22 to the point in time where we are at the present.
I need a second, please.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, so now we're going to talk about 22.
And thank you for this indulgence. When we were going that we were going to move the items up, I had 3 items, so I told them to get here now.
Right.
And I don't want them sitting here for another 90 minutes. So this is to help with that. One thing that came about during the Capital Committee was we do have 2 of our partners in institutions, the Sproul Art Center and the Dunwoody Nature Center, which both have multi-million-dollar expansion plans. Okay, one thing they've done is they have in hand, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nature Center has 900,000 of cash in hand, and you've got how much? 1.2? Yeah. Okay, 1 point, you upped it a little bit since last I knew, 1.3 million. One of the things the Capital Committee looked at was using the general fund balance, of which we have about 8 or 9 months, and using 2 million of that, one for each of these institutions, to go ahead and match them on this. And I can highly recommend it because there are very few times you can get a one-on-one return like this, or in some cases more than one-on-one. Both of them know that when they get a commitment from the city in some type of contractual relation, it can also help with future fundraising. Both of them know that if the city can put that. So we worked up a possible way to work on it because both of them are pretty much getting close to ready for it. What we'd like to do is recommend at the next meeting that the council go ahead and authorize 2 million from fund balance, one for each, but the payment schedule work out basically like this. For each of the institutions, the first $500,000 of their project costs would be borne by them. After they've received and paid $500,000 worth of bill, we'll credit wire them 250,000 for the next $500,000 and do the same thing every $500,000 until we, the city, have given them $1 million. That way the project starts with their funding and ends with their funding, but we're the supplement in the middle for it. And we can put it with whatever other constraints or the like that the city would like to put on it. The supporting documentation has been added to this. And again, you'll have to approve it at a subsequent meeting, but I wanted to get council's feedback on this arrangement before we proceed any further with it.
Okay, does anybody have questions?
Well, I see representatives of both organizations here. You don't have to come up. You could just nod heads. You all good with what's been proposed? All right. I just wanted to confirm that.
Okay, anybody else? Nope. Okay, so I think you have the feedback you need, but I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Is he clarifying things that were said in public comment? With this $2 million from the surplus, how much fund reserve do we have? How many months?
It would, we should still at the end of this year, I'm gonna say 8 million. I have it written down in the memo itself, and unfortunately. I left
How
the
many
memo.
months?
8 months.
8 months.
We're floating significantly above the 6-month level.
So is there any truth that we're going to go to 3-month reserves as,
in my worst case scenario, it's 2027, and that's if the city council does absolutely nothing.
Okay.
But low 3 months is nowhere in the near future.
Go ahead.
No, so the question is, taking this fund balance out that we're talking about to fund the Dunwoody Nature Center and Sproul, will it take us to 3 months? What will
No.
it take us? What will it take us to?
It's high 7 to 8.
Thank you.
But it was inferred in public comment that we're going to drop down to a 3-month reserve. And I just want to clarify that that's not in our policy. That's not in our goals, objectives. It's not reality.
And to also clarify that statement, it was saying that the 6-month was the level and it inferred it was the minimal. The minimal is 4.
Right.
Technically on paper, the maximum is 6, which the council agreed that when COVID started, we would just ignore the maximum
Right.
because of economic uncertainty. So in the 7 or 8, you're You're sitting on cash.
Right, but there was no policy change. We have not changed our reserve to 3 months. All right, thank you for your clarification, and I think we bless that. I think so.
Those
Good.
details are in his notes. They are,
Yes, I believe you.
they're right there.
Yes.
I just left the note in
I
the
was
chair
just
back there.
clarifying.
I'm looking at it.
Right, I was just
Thank you.
clarifying for public. Thank you. Yes, right. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
And consent, because this we have to vote
Yes.
on
Yes.
when it's ready, but consent. Thank
Correct.
you. Okay. Back to the regular order of the meeting. We're on, we have, right. Number 12. It's a first read. We don't, wait, it's a, oh yeah, it's a first read, but we vote on this first read. Okay. Why is this, are we voting on this tonight? If it's a first read, why are we voting on it?
You're not voting on it. We
Well,
don't,
why is it under business?
we don't typically put first read ordinances under discussion.
Oh, okay, but we're not voting.
No, ma'am.
All right, Madeline. It's not a public hearing. This kind is not a
It is
public
not a
hearing.
public hearing.
Okay,
It is not. Mhm. So ready for number 12? An ordinance of the city of Dunwoody creating procedures for establishment of public art installations and implementation of public art program. Pardon me?
that's not the right one.
That's not the right one. I've got it numbered wrong on here. I'm sorry. So let me read that again. Number 12 is a text amendment to the definition of entertainment districts, and that is Madeline Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, once again. So we are here to propose a new perimeter center entertainment district. So the amendment before you tonight consists of two items under this umbrella. The one is adding a new district area for an entertainment district. That is the Campus 244 development. And then overall, we sort of decided we have multiple entertainment districts in the perimeter center area. And so we decided to take this opportunity to consolidate the map and connect all of these different districts to allow flow between them. Essentially, if you recall, a couple of months ago, we started to introduce a few more entertainment districts, but just to refresh everyone's memory, that just allows off-premise alcoholic beverage consumption area within these areas designated on the map. So you don't have to stay at one restaurant with your drink. It allows you to walk outside and, enjoy nature, or, walk around to between different public spaces. Maybe less nature in perimeter center, but
Maybe public art.
yeah, to enjoy our public art. But it is intended to foster a more pedestrian friendly atmosphere, and is also supposed to economically benefit the licensed eating and drinking establishments. So for reference, this is the new Campus 244 district area. Sorry, is it not?
It's not
So
showing if
sorry.
you want to show it.
I'm not showing my screen. I apologize.
You weren't
I'm getting
touching
ahead
it.
of myself. This is the map of the new district area. It essentially encompasses the property lines of the Campus 244 property. That's 244 Perimeter Center Parkway. And then it also includes the sidewalk leading to Perimeter Center Parkway, and then north along Perimeter Center Parkway to connect with the Perimeter Mall and High Street entertainment districts. And then here is the map of the overall Perimeter Center entertainment district. So you can see all of our different areas highlighted together. And it's kind of hard to see on this map, but we are including sidewalks and intersections to connect between these different entertainment districts. This is all I have regarding this amendment. If you have any
Thank you.
questions, I'm available.
Questions? Rob?
All right, first question is, looking at these districts, is there some reason that we're not just going ahead and including the commercial district to the north of your red zone? I guess I'm looking at page 140.
The
We've got-
Ashford Lane.
Yeah, you've got the existing yellow hashed, and we've got the new in red with the campus property.
Ashford Lane is.
It's a separate
It's a
parcel
state
and
farm.
we've typically done it. They'd have to come to us and
Okay.
ask.
All right, so I guess then my second question is, we've got this little isthmus connecting here. I would maybe suggest, I don't know that someone would get, let's say I have my beer and I decide I'm gonna walk back to my hotel or whatever. I can't cross Perimeter Center Parkway and I have to cross Hammond only at 2 crossings. My suggestion would be, let's just go ahead and put a few more little connecting webs in case I get to the other side of the street. I don't see that someone would get, maybe stopped and cited for having open container, but I would hate to be the reason. So just a suggestion there. The other question I have, and you may not know the answer to this, we've got an existing entertainment district. Have we seen any change in pedestrian safety incidences there where maybe someone's had more than 1 beer and they cut across a road? Because that's another concern here is, if it's an entertainment district, I don't know that people are going to be walking between those that often, but this wouldn't be related to this specifically, but I think that as a council, we need to maybe have some pedestrian safety improvements in mind for the crossings in these entertainment districts, very clear crossings, very safe crossings, because some of the people that are using these may not be thinking their best thoughts and when they're in these areas. I would just hate to see something happen and we hadn't thought about that, because this is growing and I think it'll continue to grow, but we want drivers and pedestrians to be safe in these areas. So that's just my only questions and comments. Thank you.
Joe?
Yeah, Madeline, thanks for pointing out. I had to zoom in. I was saying, how do people get to the new Campus Way? Campus Way, right? And so I literally, because that was my question looking at it, I didn't see how they got from there. Are we micromanaging too much to say that they have to walk on the east side of the Perimeter Center Parkway here?
I agree with you. We can definitely amend the map before the second read, and increase that connectivity and make it a little bit more clear. Absolutely.
Either side. Yeah, thanks. And then Richard alluded to, because I was going to ask about what's up with Park Place. Are we just waiting for them to come to us too now? Any talk about those guys across the way?
So ultimately, you'll make the entire district an entertainment district if you choose. We've just been taking it slow, so.
Fair enough. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, thanks.
Anybody else? Tom?
Just on that same line, when you're looking at the map, Perimeter Center Parkway between High Street and the mall, there is no defined crossing except all the way down at Hammond. So as you're expanding, whether you just include all of Perimeter Center Parkway or find a few key spots to cross across, because I don't know where the best pedestrian access will end up being into High Street yet, but and so when we typically do not add a parcel to the entertainment map unless it's requested by the property owners or the developer, correct? And I guess my reason for asking that is, have we reached, and again, like you said, we at some point we just make the whole perimeter center, but with us adding the campus project there with the Marriott right next door, it just seems natural to include the hotel property in that if there are guests there going there so that they don't have a technicality walking across the parking lot that they're technically open containers. So
yeah, we had actually approached the hotel, but they didn't give us an answer.
Okay, thank you.
So I do know that there's some buildings that have asked, like they don't want to be included, right? State Farm, maybe.
Heard the state.
We have, but we haven't really had conversations. Are there communities that just declare it so and they don't ask for feedback?
Well, even if you're included, the property owner can decide, I
Yes.
don't want to be
Right.
a part of
I
it.
forgot about that.
So he could put signs up and say, coming in here with a drink.
Okay, but for purposes of today, what we're doing is we're adopting a map. It's a first read, so you're gonna fix some of the comments from council and 244, and then down the road, we can have a conversation about what we do about all of Perimeter Center. I think that's a realistic thing, but we're not gonna hold this up.
That's correct.
So consent, well, we need to look at the map. So not consent, but won't be a problem. All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I So I'm reading your code and I trust staff.
Right.
We're gonna check just to make sure a public hearing is not required. I understand historically, Division 4 is not required a public hearing, but I'm putting a footnote just to make sure
Okay.
we can confirm that
Okay.
before it's approved.
All right, thank you. All right, Sharon. Sorry.
1 second. The next agenda item is conversion of contracted positions to city positions. Nicole Stoika.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are seeking your approval tonight on this item. And can't hear me. We are seeking your approval tonight on this item. And this is seeking your approval to convert 4 positions that are currently contracted and turn them into city positions. 3 of the 4 are on the finance and administration contract, which is with Jacobs. The other one is on the IT contract, which is with Interdev. And all of these recommendations are being made for operational and succession planning reasons. The first 2 are in the city clerk's office. And I think, as you all know, the assistant to the city clerk is currently a vacant position. We would like to convert it and upgrade it, bringing it in-house as a city position, turning that into a deputy city clerk position, which is a more senior role. We should be able to get a more experienced candidate, which will help current day with day-to-day operations and in the future for succession planning. The second position in that department is the records clerk. And that position has primary responsibility for responding to all open records requests that the city gets, but it is also backup and support to the main clerk functions in that department. So for administrative consistency, we'd recommend bringing both in at the same time. The other 2 positions that we're recommending for conversion are in highly competitive fields, accounting and IT. Both of these positions are key for the city. They serve as the right hand to their respective directors. They've both been designated by their contracts as being the senior position on staff, and they already manage the on-site consulting staff here. So again, with those 2, we'd recommend converting and upgrading, giving them titles that reflect the work that they're already doing. So that would be converting the senior accountant and team lead to a title of accounting manager, and then converting the systems engineer 2 and site manager to technology manager. So with 3 of the 4 positions being upgrades, there is a cost to this. And we've calculated that to be on an annualized basis, $75,300. Part of the reason we're asking for you to approve tonight, even though this is the first time we're before you with this item, is because of the vacant position. We'd like to work with the consulting firms to convert these positions sooner rather than later, which will allow us to begin recruitment efforts on the vacant position in the city clerk's office. So for this year, the funding would be about half, since we're at mid-year, of that $75,300. If you approve, finance director has said she'll come forward at a future meeting with a budget amendment to cover that. And savings on the salary line item throughout the city up to this point in the year would be used to cover it. So in your packet, you'll see the city's compensation chart. The 4 new positions are in red, and it shows you the grade and the range where we would propose bringing these in. There are also job descriptions for each of the 4 positions in your packet. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Just raise your hand or shout out or something. I don't see any questions. So this is an action item.
Move to approve.
Moved by Stacy,
Second.
second by Rob. No, Tom, I'm sorry, I didn't look over that way. Okay. Any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 14, an ordinance to the city of Dunwoody creating procedures for establishment of public art installations and implementation of public art program. Michael Starling.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a proposal to make 2 changes to the public art ordinance. Had this as a discussion item a couple weeks ago. The changes are the same. We are proposing to remove the requirement for public art to follow themes that we had created in the implementation plan for public art, as well as to get rid of the easement requirement. As we discussed last time, we feel both of these items are a future detriment to public art, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are we voting on this? It's a
This
first
is a
read,
first read.
so we're
so-
not voting on this.
No.
Does anybody have any questions? I see none. Can we put it on consent? Are we allowed to put this on consent? Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is approval of a contract with Viewpoint Health to provide a licensed behavioral health clinician for the Dunwoody Police Department pending final legal review. Chief Groban.
Mayor and council, it's my pleasure to bring this item forward. This was something that I believe the council discussed at your retreat, and we've been working on that with HR and with John Gates. So the Dunwoody Police Department routinely, like most departments, responds to many calls with people experiencing a mental health crisis, and you can add in suicide, victims of drug overdose, people experiencing homelessness, and otherwise in a crisis. Because of the prevalence of these types of calls, we have done additional training. About 50% of our department has had crisis intervention training, and almost 100%, except for maybe some of the new folks, have had mental health first aid training, an 8-hour class. So we put a lot of emphasis on that. By some estimates, about 25% of the people involved in officer-involved shootings are people that's experiencing a mental health crisis. So it's a real concern for our department, and also real concern that the folks that need it get the attention they need. A lot of departments have instituted co-responder programs where a civilian will respond with police officers to these types of calls. Some of our local departments have done that also across the country. We've explored hiring this individual as a employee, and also looked at contracting with a company to provide that employee. And at this time, we're moving toward and believe the best model for us is to hire the contract employee and move forward with that. Some highlights of the contract with Viewpoint Health would be that they would provide a licensed behavioral health clinician on site 40 hours a week at the police department. And the contract, which is $89,992, would pay for their salary, benefits, et cetera. We would provide an office space for them. And part of their job would be to respond to certain calls where we need them to respond to, so that they can intervene and assist our officers and help the person get the services that they need. In some cases, if the person is in a bad enough situation, they can also do a 1013 on the person so they can get transported to a mental health facility. But a lot of their work will revolve around case management and follow-up. So, maybe just as an example, maybe somebody's off their medications, and so they'll follow up with family members of that person afterward to make sure. So the whole idea is that they'll help people get the services they need, so they don't become involved in the process again, a 911 call or calling out the police department. And we've had, a couple of situations in recent history that it would have been great to have someone here for that. I know y'all are familiar with one, but the young lady who overdosed recently was pregnant with twins. That was the second time that we've been called. We were called in January out to an overdose call involving her at a facility, a drug treatment facility, and she overdosed. And we had to use Narcan on her, and then she subsequently overdosed and died in a future call. And I was talking to another officer this morning about it, and we had someone who had attempted suicide about 3 weeks ago, and then we had another call today, same person. So that's the kind of calls that this individual will help us be able to manage, and hopefully get the people the services that they need, and keep them out of the process of becoming involved in the police department. in the future. So staff recommends the approval of the contract. It is for $89,992. And it's proposed that we use ARP2 money. And we actually have asked that we could use the ARP2 money for the first 3 years to fund that. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And the folks from Viewpoint Health are here as well to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Go ahead. Anybody have questions? Go ahead.
First, just a comment. I think this is a critical service for our city and police, so I'm glad that we're pursuing this. The next two are more just, I guess, first one, just a comment or a request. And that's just, I would love to get some feedback, assuming that we implement this program. You know, we've picked this particular model. Let us know if it's working. Let us know if we need to change it.
Sure.
The question I have is, we're focusing on mental health for the people that our police officers are responding to. Do we have adequate resources for our own officers? And do we need to do anything for our own police staff for mental health issues?
Sure. So we have a peer support team of officers and civilian employees who've been trained in peer support that can assist. We also have available, if we have critical incidents, that we're able to send officers to speak to someone about that and be able to do that. And then we're exploring other alternatives as well. We've sent someone probably the last 2 years, 3 years to Officer Wellness and Safety National Seminar conference for that. It was actually held in Atlanta recently, and we had, I think, 3 staff members there. So we're concerned and well aware of those type of services that our officers need today.
Sounds, yeah, so just let us know if there's something that we need there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I
remember shortly after I came on council, I was reading the city manager's report. And the police report is always probably the most entertaining to read. And your officers had responded to a call about a naked man walking down Ashford Dunwoody because he wanted to feel free. And I just remember thinking, this is just not a police matter. This is just a mental health issue. And so I'm so thankful that we're putting this place. And I just want to thank you to the Viewpoint representative who sat through a very long city council meeting. So just the fact that you're here, thank you for being here. And we look forward to the work that you're going to do with our citizens in Dunwoody.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I was going to thank you for enduring the lengthy meeting here. It's super critical. I think it's just like you talk about what we're doing here. I think this is just so to save lives and help the efficacy of lives. So yeah, thank you.
So
Madam Mayor, may I just make one suggestion?
yeah,
Mr. Gates and team and chief done a great job with the contract. It passes our inspection. I would just suggest that the signature line be changed from the city manager to the mayor.
okay, we'll do that as an edit when we get to that. Thank you for pointing that out. So I have one question, which is in terms of case management. So one of our challenges, and once somebody's on staff, we'd like to connect them with the people in DeKalb so DeKalb County does our health and human services. And we have homeless people that are in our community that we struggle to find resources for. And I'm wondering if that's in your scope of work as well.
Hello, I'm
Hi.
Tej Mahdavi. By the way, I'm the director of our intensive outpatient services that
Thank you.
oversees this program. So yeah, every county decides themselves what they
Right.
do with the money and resources. And I know that DeKalb County has this unique way of handling the homeless resources.
Mhm.
We also do receive a lot of homeless monies.
Okay.
Depending on the person's situation, their definition of homelessness and what the circumstances may be, we got a bunch of stuff available to us. What we're doing with some of the other agencies that are in DeKalb County is starting to create those partnerships
Okay.
with the DeKalb COC, with Mercy Care, with some of the other social service agencies. So we would be able to provide stuff that's unique to DeKalb County. Everything that we do in terms of our mental health services and case management services, we can provide.
Okay.
We do have a client voice and choice thing that we kind of go, and if somebody wants to work with the DeKalb CSB or any agency in DeKalb County, we'll help facilitate that. So just because we're doing that corresponds and that work doesn't mean they have to come to Viewpoint. It's more important that the person gets what they need.
So one of the challenges I think with this work is building trust. And so I would presume that because y'all are on the ground, that you might have a better chance than DeKalb, at least making the initial contact to help people link up with services. I'm hoping that perhaps.
Yeah, we use our charm, we use our good
Right,
looks. and
there
we
you
try to,
go.
You know.
That's all I'm asking,
No,
charm
it's-
and good looks.
It's a challenge, but.
I understand the
it's a work.
challenge,
Yeah.
but I'm hoping that as an offset of this, and to add on to Rob's comment, Chief, we're all thrilled. I think I speak for all of us that this is happening. But if we need more, then we need more, and you'll just need to use measurements and figure out how we can best support. I remember at some point during the pandemic that something like one night, every single call you had resulted in somebody going to the hospital.
Right.
And so we want to be as supportive as we can of the work our officers do in the field, as well as our residents who are struggling. And so you just keep us up to date and let us know if there's more we can do.
Absolutely.
So-
We'll certainly be doing, they'll be doing a monthly report and we'll
Right.
be doing periodic evaluations to
Okay.
make sure that we're being effective, but if we need more, we'll certainly bring that back to the council's attention.
Thank you. And this is probably the most important thing we've done all year. So I appreciate you bringing this to us. And I appreciate staff moving on this. Our retreat was like 6 weeks ago. So thank you. All right, this is an
Ma-
action item.
right.
And remember, go ahead. Somebody make a motion.
Yeah, move to
approve.
Go ahead, Jay.
I
Go ahead,
say I
Rob.
make
Go
a
ahead,
motion
Rob.
to approve.
Okay, moved by Rob,
Second.
and it needs to be amended.
So I move to amend the contract so that the signature from the city of Dunwoody is the Mayor Lynn Deutsch.
Need a second for the amendment.
Second,
Second
as
by-
amended.
Second, Tom. And then, okay, so we vote on the amendment first?
Vote on the amendment first, Mayor.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And now we vote on the motion as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Chief, and thank you for sitting through our meeting. All right, now we're on to discussion items. I can do this, right, Sharon? Richard Plato. Number 16, you missed some.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here tonight to discuss an increase in public official and law enforcement liability limit with GERMA. So currently, our per incident amount is $1 million with an aggregate in total of $5 million. Based on an internal review, it's recommended that we push the per incident amount to $3 million, and that would make the aggregate amount $15 million. The contract runs May 1st to April 30th of each year, so we're right at the beginning of the contract. So it would be a good time to amend it. It's renewed automatically every year. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have questions? Go ahead, Catherine.
So it's already been renewed, but now we're going to change it.
We're the contract that was included in your packet is the amended contract that we are going to pay. It has the premium increase 68,000, roughly $900, and that's going to be the one that we operate off of.
Okay, so it'll be effective as soon as we.
Yes.
pass. Okay, thank you.
And Madam Mayor,
Uh-huh.
if I can just add to this, one of the things that when it came up for renewal, Linda asked me about our coverages in light of some news that's come out. And so we did a thorough insurance review with the finance department. And I also spoke to a number of our defense counsel through GERMA and Travelers about their recommendation. And what's being recommended to you tonight is a recommendation from the team, not just Ken, in order to protect you and your staff and your people over here in the city's taxpayers. So when Linda reached out to me, we knew it was going to be an amendment, but I think it's critical in light of what's going on in the country and the number of suits that you see, frivolous or not, that there's adequate protection for y'all. So I support this with team.
Thank you. Consent? Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Did anybody else have other questions? Okay, nope, never mind. Okay, go, consent is fine. Michael Smith.
All right, the first item I have is on the Georgetown Gateway project that, since this is our largest and longest construction project to date, I thought it'd be good to give an update. The utility relocation started about a year ago. The water main has been installed, the gas main has been installed. Georgia Power completed the relocation of the poles north of Old Springhouse Lane, and they'll be starting to work south of there soon. And so there's still mainly what's left is the overhead lines south of Old Springhouse, and then AT&T has some underground lines to relocate. But the contractor, the city's contractor has been able to get started with some of their work. You may have seen it if you've driven through there. And one of the things that we wanted to bring to council for a decision on and that we're recommending is to remove the original design had brick pavers bordering the sidewalk, brick paver bands. We've kind of gone away from that in recent years just because it looks good on day one, but over time it tends to, you've got people taking it up to work on utilities and various things. So, and it would be quite a bit of savings to remove that from the project. And what we're recommending is to take the brick paver element out of the project and use some of that money for public art, which is recently something that the Art Commission has endorsed as using 1% of the funding for projects for public art. And I think doing an art installation will have the visual impact we're looking for. The project will still also have the street trees and the benches, and the decorative lights and those things. So, it's a big change to the contract. So we thought we should get council's decision on that, but we're recommending to remove the brick pavers and take $65,000 of that money and put it towards public art.
Okay, questions, comments, Tom?
Thank you, Michael. And yeah, I think it's a good idea to save the money and remove an element that could be troublesome down the road anyway. So I do have a question though on the amount. So basically, first question is, I know there was federal funding involved with this project. Is there anything requirement there with this amount of money that changes that, or anything we have to report or do?
We'll make an official amendment to the contract, but it won't really affect our federal money in any way.
Okay, and I love the idea of using some of the money for public art in that area. There would still be $267,000 in savings. Is there any element of this project that money could be used for, that things that maybe got scraped off that could be put back on, or is that just going to go just going to be a surplus on the project? And just a couple of things that I thought of is perhaps I don't know if we can do any this is one of the gateways into the city. If there's use some of our gateway branding there, if we'd be allowed to put that funding towards that. Or also we've been talking about with the enhancements to the bridge, if that can be, since that money is there, that we could perhaps set that aside, because that's not going to be cheap, and that money's there for us when that comes up. So are those options?
Yes, we would want to, I think what we would do is get to the end of the project and take that money that would be a surplus at that point and allocate it, to keep it separate from this federal project. We would just move the money out of this project at the end into another project like the bridge. The gateway part, there is a design, in the design, there is a gateway feature at the corner of Cotillion and Chamblee Dunwoody. We don't have it in the construction contract because we thought that, GDOT would be coming along and kind of tearing that corner up. We've got a while left in construction, so we may want to revisit that next year. If GDOT's project gets moved further down the road at some point, we may want to just go ahead and put that in. But for now, I would say we're leaving that part out to do in the future once GDOT has done their work.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Anybody else? Questions? Okay.
I think it was such a great idea to have 1% of a large construction prop like this for public art, and kudos to the Arts Commission for their recommendation. And I look forward to this project being done before my grandmother, please.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I love the public art idea. Sidebar, I'd love to get an on-site tour of what's going on. I driving by there on the geographically challenged. I'm going toward 285 on the right-hand side. These huge concrete things that you can walk in with ladders and stuff, the stormwater stuff. It's just incredible. I find that, you know, these things are wonky and engineering things, but I want to like shout out on the rooftop actually and really just show the level of build work that we're doing. I think it's incredible when I see these things laying across the side and I can like walk into them. I mean, what is that big thing? It literally must be this round with a ladder in it. I mean, how
That's
deep are we
one
going?
One of the manholes for the storm drain system.
So, and that drain, that's incredibly huge. It's wild. I mean, I bet you Jennifer could do something really, really cool on social media with that.
So
Anyway,
let me know when you want to go on a tour.
well, I'd love to do a tour, sure. I mean, because it's just incredible what we're doing here. The brick paver bands just get a low level here. Are we looking at, is that going to be, would that be normally where the landscape buffer would be between the curb and the sidewalk?
It's just, they're bands within the sidewalk.
Oh,
So like border, like kind of like a brick border.
okay. I was
It
thinking,
won't change the width of the sidewalk or anything.
and we're not removing or putting in changing the buffer
No.
between, okay. Because I was thinking it was like, because sometimes you see the brick pavers that are like as a buffer.
Right. No,
That's
this is just within the sidewalk. So it's really just taking the brick out
Yeah.
and replacing it with concrete.
Thanks.
So do we need to vote on this or you just needed our feedback?
Uh,
Who wants to?
I think it would be fine to vote on it. I put it on for discussion
Okay,
for a
so
vote next time.
just put it on consent. Is everybody okay with that? And then I have a question because I no longer find any of it particularly fascinating. So the constant water main cuts and gas leaks and stuff, do we have an understanding if that's I shouldn't say constant, that's not fair, frequent? Do we have an understanding if that's contractors' mistakes or is it DeKalb County map mistakes or do we just not know?
With the water, it's a combination of a few things.
Okay.
I think there's been one or two where the old line just broke while we were out there
Okay.
working. There's been times where I think that they've gone, they give notice every time they're
Yeah.
gonna shut the water off, but I know one time they
missed.
turned a valve that they thought wouldn't shut somebody off, but it did.
Yeah.
Because they don't always know exactly what valves control what. So it's been a combination of things. The good news is all the water line work should be done in the next few weeks.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. All right. And so this is consent. Thanks, Michael.
All right, thank you.
Your next two.
Okay, the next is on the Spalding Shamley Dunwoody project. The intersection project is nearing completion where the new signal has been put up and we're just down to really the final paving and site restoration, which should happen in the next couple of weeks. But we've talked before about there's a storm drain crossing under Spalding Drive down at the Sandy Springs city limit at the bottom of the hill below the intersection. That with the intersection project, there's a little more impervious area where we added left turn lane and some additional sidewalk. And the old pipe under Spalding Drive is not big enough for the new stormwater. And so we have plans to put new pipe in. We ran into conflicts with 4 large City of Atlanta water mains that go along Spalding Drive there. And so we've spent some time the last few months, and I want to commend our construction and design staff. They've done a lot of work to try to find the best option to get around these water mains
and at the most economical price. And we're at a point, we've looked at everything from raising the road to digging to now what we're recommending is to bore under those water mains. And we've gotten a preliminary cost through a state on-call contract that's available to municipalities throughout the state. And we should get the final cost in the next week, but bring back at the next meeting a final cost and recommend that we approve that contract to put this to bore under the water mains, and that would come out of our stormwater surplus that we have in the stormwater utility.
Questions, anybody? Catherine?
Is this going to delay the paving?
No, we're going to go ahead and get the paving done up to the point where we still need to bore the water main so that we can finish the intersection. And then if we need to do a little bit of paving at the bottom of the hill, we'll come back and do that when all the boring's done.
And right now, there's a lot of debris in this pipe area such that you cannot walk. Is there going to be, and I can't tell, is there sidewalk continuous through there under all that dirt?
Yes, there'll be sidewalk continuous on the west side of Spalding. I forget the name of the neighborhood there. The east side, it goes all the way down to the city limit, and Sandy Springs is planning to continue that on up into Sandy Springs once we're done.
Once approved, how long until this is done such that that sidewalk would be cleared so people can walk?
We can get the sidewalk cleared now and the boring is not, the subcontractor for boring has like an 8-week lead time. So that part is not going to happen till August, but between now and then we can get the sidewalk cleared now so that people can use it until the point they need to come back in there.
Yeah, my guess is we could have had that sidewalk cleared sooner. And I think we do a real disservice to residents when we don't clear sidewalks as soon as we can. That is a heavily walked sidewalk area.
Yeah.
So
okay,
I would recommend clearing it out. I can't wait to see how this goes and being paved. I see, there's a big slope and giant curbs that'll, I guess this is the stormwater. I mean, that was part of it, right? To get the slope down so that we can.
Yes, it's all going to drain to the bottom of the hill there.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see the conclusion. Thank you.
Anybody else? So when I read this about Pill Hill and stuff, I presume that the people are going to know what they're doing. I mean, it sounds like a really strange question, but in public works, you have all these rules.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons, even if the cost was comparable to the original option of digging across the road, this is a less risk option.
Okay.
I mean, that exposing those pipes and having to work around them, there was going to be some risk involved in that. And, the city of Atlanta had said you can't shut these pipes off. So we're going to go several feet under them, and it's a controlled bore. So it's less risk.
Okay, thank you. Consent? Okay, thank you. Mr. Thomas? Yeah, sorry. Documents. Oh, I do, it's there.
Can everybody see the screen? All right, for the sake of time and everybody's sanity, I promise I'll be brief. The following item is a request for approval for the standby stormwater repair unit price contract. Quickly, a little bit of background on the 15th of March, staff issued a RFP to request a list of contractors to provide quotes for on-call services for stormwater system rehab projects. The current contract expired on May the 1st. The goal is to have a list of pre-qualified contractors with set unit price rates to allow for quicker mobilization time on projects. And the contract term would be for the duration of the upcoming 2022-27 MS4 permit cycle. It will be a 2-year contract with 3 renewable optional years beginning in June approximately. Brief summary of the projects that we completed during the previous contract. It started around the same time in 2018. And 62 total capital projects. What that includes is any projects where we either replace the assets or we drastically extended the service life. 49 of those projects were a combination of trenchless rehabilitation projects. 9 were storm improvement projects where we actually gutted out the system, performed engineering studies, and actually upsized the system to provide more capacity. All total, there were 2.7 miles of pipe replaced during that 4-year period, and the total cost of those projects was just over $4.1 million. Challenges that we observed during the previous contract, contractor availability. We had 4 contractors that were, we had 4 firms that were on contract at the time. By the end of the contract, we had whittled down to 2. One of the problems was one of the contractors, Georgia Development Partners. They actually pretty much kind of in a sense stopped doing municipal services. They had so much work in the commercial and industrial sector that's what they pretty much decided to focus on. And the second firm, IPR, bought out the 4th contractor, and that was Granite Inliner. Second issue was material availability. I think all of you have heard the challenges that some of Public Works and Parks have had with construction projects. The solution to that is all of our contractors will have the ability to provide trenchless services this time. The previous contract, we only had 2 that had the ability to do that. If council approves the current recommendation, there will be 5 firms that have the ability to provide trenchless services. And the third issue is material pricing. None of us could have anticipated the change in material costs, construction material costs. And the solution to that is, and to my knowledge, I'm not sure how many municipalities have adopted this, but because the city has an annual municipal cost inflation adjustment to the stormwater fee, we agreed to, when those fees go up, we will adjust by whatever that inflation percentage is on the unit price contracts. And that seemed to be very appealing to the contractors and definitely gave us a competitive advantage to get some qualified firms. A little bit of information about the contract details. As I mentioned before, we posted a RFP 2 months ago. 9 construction firms submitted proposals. Staff scored each based on experience, references, resumes, approach, and costs. And we selected 5 firms. In summary, the recommendation is for mayor and council to approve 5 firms: the Dickerson Group, Federal EC, IPR, Southeast Pipe, and Southern Premier Contracting. And I will leave that for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. Who has questions? Anybody? Rob?
So this is mainly just to educate me a little bit. So if we get work where we need this kind of support, we've got these 5 pre-qualified firms. How do we pick between the 5? Just whoever's turn it is, by specialty, by availability?
I mean, all of the firms kind of, even though they provide, a variety of services, all of them kind of have their own little niche. Like, for instance, Federal EC, they have the best prices if we just want to do just a standard lining job. They didn't provide a lot of different services for like dig and replace and point repair. Some of the larger firms like Southern Premier Contracting and the Dickerson Group, they can do everything from lining to a full coat repair. So it just depends on the scenario. Odds are we may, and it also depends on who's available. Whoever can get to the job quickest may end up being the determining factor.
I just was curious. Thank you.
Anybody else? Oh, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Southeast Pipe and I see how the RFP was rated with the qualifications and costs 50-50. But Southeast Pipes has the second to lowest qualification out of everyone here. And for me, I know we have to be cost conscious, but quality and qualifications, to me, I would rather weight that heavier. I know you put down 5 here, and that was a good question, Rob, but I question Southeast Pipe, and I just question why you have them on here. I would go for somebody higher qualifications and maybe a little bit higher cost instead of Southeast Pipe.
That's a good question. The reason why Southeast Pipe was rated lower than some of the other firms is some of the challenge. Well, the firm that they recommended for their subcontractor, public works staff didn't think of very highly. But in order to mitigate that, I think, the best solution would be to, try to play it by ear in terms of what jobs that we actually give to the firm. And if we just need a lining job, it will be a lot simpler for that, for a company like that to get the work done. If we need some serious civil work done and we need a detailed dig and replace, and that's something we're probably gonna weigh very heavily on whether or not we would give a firm like that the work because of the challenges that public works staff had with the subcontractor.
So now I'm thinking about, we've got this list, but do we have a further decision matrix of which one to go for what type of projects? I don't want to manage that level. I don't need council to manage that low level, but that's what you would have on the back end of that.
Yeah, I mean,
detail.
most of the firms that are on this list, either we've worked with previously during the previous contract, or we've reached out to other neighboring municipalities to get their experience and get a feel for what their recommendation was. And all of the firms that we selected were highly regarded, but like I said before, we did ding Southeast Pipe because of the internal reference that our staff had with some of their recommended subcontractors.
Do we run into any risk where we are granting projects to just 1 or 2 of these folks and the other 3 don't get any work? Are they going to come knocking on our door and saying, hey, you've got a contract for us, but you're not engaging us? This is not fair.
That's a great question. It hasn't happened before. I would probably say the best recommendation to address that would be to maybe potentially, because honestly, if things go, I want all of them to be working at the same time. It's been real slow the past 2 years, so I want to catch up. So I'd like to have all of them working if possible.
Ken, can you answer that?
Yeah, could you? Legal?
So I think Carl probably is going to depend on what he said was the actual volume of work, but this is routine, whether it be asphalt paving or whether it be stormwater repair, that he just needs people on call, but their contract should have a provision that doesn't guarantee them a certain amount of work. Now, I'm assuming that staff has some kind of basis for how that they're documenting, that they call, they weren't available, they went to the next one, and the next time they start with number 2. As long as there's a rotational track record that we're really implementing, if you approve 5 people are considered at different times, I think it's probably perfectly fine. And Carl, probably I need to put my eyeballs with Mr. Gates a little bit closer on those contracts before they actually get executed. Okay.
Will do.
Okay. All right, consent? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Right, if Ken says it's okay, consent. All right, thank you. And thank you for always making us look good. And Chief Grogan.
Mayor and council, it's my pleasure to present this item for an additional services agreement to lease additional LPRs. This is a discussion that the council, an item they discussed at the retreat as well. We've taken a look, the council has made significant investments in LPR technology for the police department and for the city over the last several years. We have LPRs in our parks, and we have LPRs a lot of them in the perimeter area, as well as basically at all the entrances into the city. And what we really lacked is the ability to track the vehicles once they get into the center of the city. So we know they entered, but it's difficult to tell which way they went. And these additional LPRs will help us be able to track and locate, hopefully more effectively, the vehicles once they come into the city. And just as a little background, you know, the LPRs hit on wanted people, stolen cars, stolen tags, terrorists, gang, you know, all these kind of things. And we've had a lot of success with the LPR program, including, you know, not too long ago, we got a homicide suspect from Brookhaven on a hit. So, so when we were looking at this, we also, you know, have noticed an uptick of, we even had one today, discharging firearms, guns being shot in certain areas, particularly off PIB. In that area, this company provides some Raven, which is their audio detection device. And so we've added that into this as a crime prevention measure. And they do it based on 0.25 of a quarter mile radius. And it takes in all the apartment complexes on PIB as well as on Winters Chapel at the corner, and groups them all together. And so this will add gunshot detection services for that. So officers will be notified and they can respond to those. And then lastly, there's an advanced search feature that they have, which will allow us to import. We get a lot of video from Ring and other cameras like that. So we can import that video into this and it will identify the vehicle in flock. So it's a great advanced search, and the cost for this for the first year to install is $90,450. The ongoing cost each year after that is $81,000, and the recommendation is that this be funded out of ARP2 money, which was mentioned earlier as well. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, Tom?
Yeah, thanks, Chief. Yeah, we've seen the effectiveness of the LPRs. I mean, every city manager report in the police section, just a great tool. So I'm all in favor of the LPRs and as many as we can get. Do we have specific for those 27 locations specifically identified? Okay. I do have a question on the Raven system, because I've heard different feedback on that, its effectiveness. And so what can you tell us, like, as far as false alarms on that and the effectiveness, and how does that work in pinpointing an exact location? And does it work in conjunction with the LPRs, where if it detects a gunshot, is there any extra?
It does work in conjunction with that. Also, it's a triangulation thing. I don't know, I probably can't explain the whole technical aspect of it, but it does triangulate that based on multiple sensors in the area. And I was in Columbia, South Carolina not long ago, and they had put a gun detection system in a certain area that they had a gunshot detection system in a certain area they had where they had a lot of gunshots and high crime. And what they found was in the first year, citizens were only calling in about 5% of the gunshots that was detected. And they had 5,000 gunshots detected one year in this area that they were doing, but citizens only called in about 5% of those cases. And that's what all the companies that do this say, that you're going to find out that you're having a lot more gunshots than people are calling, because they hear them and like, I'm not going to call the police. You know, I'm not being shot at or anything. And we had a call today, for instance, at one of the apartment complexes on PIB, and somebody had bought a gun from somebody else and then shot 7 to 10 rounds into the wooded area just to test the gun. Well, you know, those bullets go somewhere, and we recovered some shell casings, but we didn't find out who the subject was. So this will help us, I think, in our response. I don't know the answer to the false thing. They also do the audio detection will detect glass breaking, and also a saw, because we have a lot of catalytic converters being cut off of vehicles, and it will detect that as well.
That's great. Well, obviously, nationwide, there's been an uptick in gun violence and we're not immune to that. And we get a lot of emails or comments about, I heard a gunshot. And so anything, again, any tools that we can provide the police department to respond faster and do their job more effectively, I'm all for. I was just curious, and again, I guess technology evolves as well. So I remember that discussion was a couple of years ago. Perhaps the technology has evolved to a point where it's more accurate.
Right, yeah, and this is really for us, I think, an opportunity to put this in, and, if we see that it's not effective or it's not helping, in the future, we cannot renew.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Are most of these cameras, chief, going in, are they gonna be solar? Or are they gonna be AC?
Yes.
Most of them will be
Most of them will
solar,
be,
so it'll just be location dependent if they can't get any sun.
Yeah, well, they've already come out and did site surveys to look, they do some kind of test
Okay.
to detect that, and so we've already had the locations picked.
Excellent, thanks.
Yeah.
I have a question. Does anybody else? Sorry, somebody is distracting. So my question is, we talked at least once about private entities linking
Yes.
into our flock system.
Yes.
Do the apartment complexes have flock cameras in
So-
those communities?
So in that area, they do not.
Right.
We do have, I think, I don't know the last count, but about 6 or 7 apartment complexes in the city that do have them.
Uh-huh.
And some of them have multiple
Right.
ones, and they're very helpful for us. And then we have about 4 or 5 neighborhoods
Right.
that have them. And then we've got, I think, at least 1 hotel that has them. And we, as long as they check a box saying, provide this to the police, then we get all the hits.
Right.
So, yeah, it's been effective, and that's one of the things we want to do. And we've had discussions with Perimeter Mall
Right.
about installing them in some of the other hotels.
Mhm.
And so that's one of the things we want to continue doing. And, frankly, part of the issue with COVID has been, we've wanted to have a public meeting with
Yeah.
like apartment representatives or homeowner representatives to talk about that issue. But it's hard to do that online and that sort of thing. So that's something we plan in the not too distant future.
So this is a good tool, and we look forward to what else you bring us to help prevent crime.
Absolutely.
So consent? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That would be it. Public comments? I don't see anyone. City manager comments.
Mayor, we will need an executive session for real estate and litigation.
Thank you. Council comments. Catherine.
I had the privilege to stand in for Mayor Deutsch and represent the city at a Jamaican gathering at Pernishaw Park last week. It was to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Jamaican independence. The honorary council made a point of noting to the entire crowd that Pernishaw Park was chosen because of its central location to the entire metro area. And that was quite a feather in our cap. I did ask how many attendees were living in Dunwoody, and it was a handful. So we were lucky to host that international event, and a shout out to Jennifer Betcher for helping me prepare.
Anybody else? So this weekend, the Parks Department hosted Kids to Park Day, and it was phenomenal. We think there were about 1,000 people that attended. Tons of young families, and the Parks Department worked really hard, and it showed. It was an awesome event. Again, it made us look good. And with that, I need a motion for executive session.
I move that we adjourn to executive session for purposes of litigation and real estate.
Second, somebody? Second by Stacy, moved by Catherine, second by Stacy. Any discussion? Hearing none. I call the question. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? We will be back. It's not so bad. Back. We need to amend the agenda, and first I'm going to call on our attorney. Ken.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, I would ask that you pursuant to your rules, amend the agenda by adding a motion that puts the third amendment to the purchase and sale agreement with SHG Dunwoody LLC and North Carolina Limited Liability Company via assignment from Summit Healthcare Group LLC on the agenda, and I will explain the action item.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Stacy, second by Rob. All right. Now you explain it.
Okay, go ahead. You want to vote on the agenda first and then
Oh, we're amending the agenda, not the actual item. Sorry. Yes, all in favor of amending the agenda, say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the amendment is agenda.
So, Madam Mayor and Council, you have before you, and I've got it in writing, I'm gonna give it to Sharon, who's seen it, and Eric has seen it, the city manager, and has approved it. And this document has also been seen by SHG through their council. And she's blessed it orally. It hadn't been signed by them yet. Essentially, it takes the purchase and sale agreement dated August 2nd, 2021, and extends the closing through and including August 31st, 2022 at 5 p.m. or such earlier date as may be mutually agreed to by the parties. The consummation of the closing shall occur on the closing date via overnight delivery of the closing documents and wire transfer of funds through the offices Callaway Title and Escrow LLC, or as otherwise agreed to by the parties. Section 7A2 is amended to read this way: notwithstanding the provisions of Section 7A1, the closing shall occur only after the seller has fully complied with the provisions of OCGA Section 36-37-6. The seller shall initiate the steps to comply with OCGA 36-37-6 within 10 days. The notice required by 36-37-6 shall require responsive bidders to close within the time set forth in 7A1 to develop the property for medical office purposes and set a reserve bid price of no less than $7,775,000. Notwithstanding any other provisions of the agreement, purchaser acknowledges if seller receives a responsive bid that exceeds $7,775,000, seller may terminate this agreement, return the earnest money less $225, and shall have no further liability to the purchaser. In the event of a conflict between the provisions of the agreement and this amendment, the amendment shall control, and the amendment can be executed in multiple counterparts. It's got signature lines from SHG and a signature line for the mayor and myself and Ms. Lowry. I'd ask this be the action item and there be a motion to approve same.
All right, I need a motion to approve the action item.
Move to approve.
Moved by Tom, second by Stacy. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. And then I need a motion for adjournment, right?
Move to adjourn.
Moved by Tom, second by Rob. All in favor, say aye. We stand adjourned.